Great people, welcome to NameTech channel. My name is Nehemiah Wekesa and I'm very happy to have you on board. So today we are going to develop a personal portfolio website from scratch with HTML, CSS and JavaScript. And this is the website that we are going to develop, me and you. You can see I have the source codes here, the VS. But now this is the final output, but we are going to develop from the very scratch. Now we have this part where we have the name. Then at the services you do, and then we have the social icons here, and then at the hire me button, when you click on it, it directs you to the contact. And then we have the about, we have some description. I just use the placeholder text. And then I have the download CV button. When you click on it, you can download the CV. And then I have the skills you have. And then for example, if it were HTML, you can see you have, for example, 100% or whichever value it is. You have 90 JavaScript and then a Django. And we have the services you do, web development, the data science services, and then app development, and then software development, and then we also have cyber security. And then we have this part where number speaks. Let me refresh, and then get to the services, and then here at the bottom you can see we have these counters where it counts from 0 all the way to 1000. Let me once again refresh so that you can see so you can see now the counters, though it's the speed. Let me try to increase perhaps to 1000 so that at least let me increase to 1000 so that, or even 5000. But you can as well loop. You can as well loop with a few number of projects you've done. For example, if it's 50, then you loop it, just continue forever. So let me just give it 5000 so that when I try to explain, you can understand how it works. So let me refresh and then I get there. Then you can see now the counters. So it hasn't refreshed yet, but you can see this is the counters. Then I have the portfolio section. And then I have the contactors page, and I want us to test this contact if it's working. Now let me type here my name. First of all, let me get to the Django admin. 127, then Django. It should be admin now, admin interface for Django administration. And then so let me get to the contact messages. So first of all, let me clear this one so that it may be empty. Let me clear. And then so here let me just type a name, like for example, let me say Masika. And then the email address, let me use NameTech. And then subject, let me say the message goes here. And then when I submit, it will submit, then it will redirect me to the success page. Now the success page is just a blank page with this text in the home. And then now when you go to the submit here, when you refresh, you'll find out that you have this Masika. When you click on it, you can see you have the email, the subject, and then the message. So it's working, the form is working. You can return home. And then also the 404 error page is working, but I'll show you later. But also this section, these are navigation items also work. For example, if you want to return home, you click here. If you want to go to footer, to the contact, you just click on contact, it will take you to the contact. If it's portfolio, when you click on it, it takes you to this portfolio part. If it's services, it takes you to the services section. About, it takes you to about. Then for home, it takes you to home. Now this is a project that we are going to develop, me and you, from scratch with Django, HTML, CSS and JavaScript from the very scratch. But please, before you begin, subscribe, like and share the video to your friends. And to the returning subscribers, I appreciate you very much for the support. Now guys, basically before we begin this project, ensure that you have Python in your system, because Django is a Python web framework. And then also you need to have the PIP in your system also. How do you check if you have? Let me show you. Just open CMD, and then you can type there Python, then dash version. And then you can see if you don't have Python, then it will not display here. So like for me, I just uninstalled this Python so that I can show you how you can uninstall, but basically that's how you can do that. Let me show you how you can install Python basically. So go to your browser, and then type here python.org. Just type there python.org, then go to the download page, and then download for your operating system. Like for mine is actually the time I'm recording this video, for Windows operating system, the current version of the Python is 3.11.4, and I'm installing for Windows operating system because I'm using Windows operating system. But you install for your operating system, be it Linux, Mac OS, or any other operating systems. Now once it's downloaded, just open it and begin to install it. Let's install it. So first of all, ensure that you add Python to your path. Ensure that you add Python to your path. You can choose to leave, but be sure to add it to your path. So guys, basically I've successfully installed Python. Now let's confirm if you have it. Now to check it, just go to CMD. Just type there CMD, and of course you can use another command line tool, be it you can use a conda, you can use git bash, you can use a PowerShell, you can use any other terminal, guys, any other command line tool. But then now to check if you have Python, just type here Python, and basically Python usually come with some modules like a PIP, so you will not need to install a PIP. But first of all, let's confirm if you have Python. So it is a Python, then a space, 2 hyphens, then a version. Then you can see the version of Python, and the time I'm recording the video is 3.11.4. And then PIP also, we can use the same process, PIP, which is our package manager to install our Python modules. Then here you can say PIP, then a dash version, and then you can see the version here is 23.1.2. Actually, I think this is not the latest version of PIP. I think I'll upgrade it later perhaps. Now so guys, once you have these tabs, for example, if you don't have PIP, you can just go to your browser and then type here PIP install, or a PIP. Yeah, just go to PIP install, and then you'll find the installation here, documentation. Ensure that you go to the PIP. So you can see there's this process on how you can install, and all the documentation are here. But now, because I'm focusing on the video part, let me just go on. And remember guys, once you install Python, it usually comes with those packages, so you don't have to install it externally, but you can try it on your own. Now once you have the PIP, you can choose to place your project wherever you want, and it's a good practice always to specify where you are going to place your project, so that you can arrange your stuff very well. Like for instance, let me place the project here at the desktop. I can create here a new folder. Perhaps let me call it something like a portfolio, or let me just call it Django portfolio, or I can give it any other name you wish. And then now so it's Django portfolio. And then guys, basically the easiest way, if you're using the Windows operating system, to navigate to this project, or to open the terminal, this directory, just highlight everything here, the path. In most cases it can be like this, it won't be visible, but ensure that you click on this stuff here so that it can open these stuffs here, this menu. So then here highlight everything, then type here CMD. Then you can see now it's open, the terminal is open here at this directory, and then here you can place in your project. Or guys, basically if you are not there, if you're not using a Windows operating system, perhaps just go to your command line tool, be it let's use let me use a command prompt, because this is my best, but you can use any other that you like. And then now here just CD actually is for change directory, so you can change the directory here from this user's name to to something like let's say desktop, because the project is at the desktop. Then you can see we are at the desktop, and then again we can see D2 to Django. It was Django portfolio, I guess, Django portfolio, and then I guess you can see we have navigated to that section. So guys, basically for a Django project, if you're working on a local host, it's a good practice always to create the virtual environment so that you can test everything. So how do you create a virtual environment? So basically we use a Python, and then to place that virtual environment in this current directory, we use this command M, and then we can say venv for virtual environment. This is the command to create the virtual environment. Then you can give it you can give your virtual environment a name, like for example, let me just call it env, and then when you hit enter, then it will create the virtual environment at that directory. You can see it is here, but now it will add until you wait until it finishes here, or until it brings another line of code, another section where you can write your code. Then it will be sure that it has installed everything like this way. When it is this way, then you are sure that you have every stuff here. You can see we have these packages. These are files like include, lib, scripts, and all that. Now in the scripts, we have a file called activate. So now first of all, let me go to the view, also, and then I go to the file name extension, ensure it's checked, and then now here you can see we have a file called activate.bat, and then to deactivate it is deactivate.bat. Now so guys, let's now try to activate the virtual environment. Let's try to activate the virtual environment. Now guys, you can see we had a file called a script, and in that script we have a file to activate, which is script.bat. So how do you navigate there? First of all, type here env, the name of the virtual environment, then a backslash, actually to navigate to that script file, backslash, then you can say scripts. It was scripts. Then again, because we are targeting that file called activate, we can just say backslash, then activate. Of course, you can cd until you reach there, but it should be activate, right? Activate. You can say activate.bat. The file was bat, or you can just say activate. There's no problem. And then I guess you can see now the status is changed. Now we have something in parentheses. These are envs now in the parentheses for virtual environment. So now while it is this way, then you're sure that your virtual environment is now activated. The next thing, we want to install a Django in this virtual environment, because you don't want to install it in your entire system so that it may be available in your entire system. You want it to be just in a particular directory, or in your project, only in your project, so that it may not spread everywhere. So to install it, Django, ensure that you have virtual environment activated. Then you can say Py or a Python. You can use a Python or a Py, and then you can say a pip. First of all, M to install it in the current directory, and then a pip, the package manager, now to install our Python modules. Then over here we can say pip install Django, and then it will install Django for us. So let's give it some time so that it can install that Django for us. Now I think it has done. So once it's done and everything is okay, then we can create now the project. So we have to create a project for this portfolio website. We need to create a project basically for us to work with the Django. Now let me give it time so that it can finish to install everything. And then you can see here that it shows me that there's a latest version of PIP, so I might need to upgrade. Let me just copy and then upgrade that PIP. So now guys, basically the next thing, now we need to create now the project. Now there are several ways on how you can create the project. in a particular directory. You can say, for example, Django. Actually, Django has a command called Django admin. Now guys, basically you can see when you write here Django admin, then it gives you all these commands here that Django has. Like for example, for make migration, you can see for run server, start project, and all that. So this Django admin, it has a lot of commands and it has given us. So when you just type here Django admin like that, then it will list for you the commands here that you can use. Now I want us to use this command here to start a project, right? Because I want to start a project. For example, to create an app, there's an option for that. I think it is startup. Yeah, there's this one, and I will have other commands that I shall talk about them later. But now here, it is Django admin, and then startup, and then I can call it perhaps. Let me call it project, and then so let me just hit enter so that it can. Now guys, basically when I hit enter, it won't it will create two folders, two directory here, and I don't want that. So first of all, let me show you how you can create the project this way. And then guys, you can see the project is created here, but also inside it we have another file called a project. So we don't want this way, so let me just delete. And then let me show you a proper way on how you can install that. You can create that project in the current directory, in the root directory, because we want that manage.py to be at the root directory so that we can perform other operations very, very efficiently. Now, to create it in the current, of course, guys, you can see here I used the arrow keys to pull this. You can see I didn't type here, just use the arrow key so that it can bring this command that I had written here earlier to the present shell, or basically place where you write your commands. Now to create the project at the current directory, we use this the full stop here. I think they are called the periods, right? So this full stop, then it will create it at the current directory. So let's give it time, and then I guess you can see now we have the project, and then at the manage.py is at the current directory. So with this manage.py, this is where we can for example run the server, we can install, make migration, and do other operations. Now guys, basically I want us to use to navigate to the code, because I want us to use the code editor now. I want us to shift from this command prompt to the code editor. So in this case, in this course, I'm gonna use the Visual Studio Code, but of course you can use your preferred editors like Sublime Text, Dreamweaver, Atom. You can use Notepad++. You can use any other code editor, guys. Is just perfect for us, for you. Now to open it with the code, if you're using Visual Studio Code, just type here code. Then when you write this command and then you hit enter, it will open the Visual Studio Code. But if you want to open Visual Studio Code this directory, then you'll add it here. You'll add the this stuff called the period, the full stop, like that, code, then a space, then a period. Then it will open the Visual Studio Code with the content, with the current content, guys. And then you can see, let me first of all click here, trust, or I trust the order. Now guys, basically the next thing that I want us to do here, let me first of all increase the light here a bit. Now guys, basically the next thing that I want us to do is to create now the to start the app, to create the app now. So first of all, to create the app, and before that I want to create now the terminal. I want to use now the terminal for I want to use the embedded terminal inside the Visual Studio Code. I don't want to use this one. In fact, let me just close it. And then now guys, basically to use the embedded terminal, we just go to the terminal. Perhaps yours is so for example, yours is like this, you don't have that panel for terminal. Just click on this tab, then you'll see there's a terminal here. And then but now let me first of all zoom out a bit. I'm sure that you can see. So let me go to the terminal here, and then to the new, and then you can see the command is Control plus Shift, and then and then the backtick, right? The backtick. So let me just click on it, and then I can see now the terminal is open. Let me zoom in a bit, and then here, guys, I want to use now the I don't want to use this PowerShell, right? I don't want to use the PowerShell. I want to use the command prompt, because this is my preferred command line tool, command prompt. Now you can see already it has activated the virtual environment. So now, first of all, let's check it out. Let's try to run the server and see if we have Django. If Django is fully installed in our system, because there's no folder. Like for example, for virtual environment, we have the folder to see that we have the virtual environment, or for project we have the project, but you can see we don't see the Django thing. So how do you check if you have Django, or Django is fully working here? So to check it out, you can run the server and see. And so we have this command. These are file here, manage.py, and it has a lot of command. It has a lot of command that we can use. For example, let's say py, or you can say python manage.py, then run server, right? Run server, and then let's run the server and see how if Python is installed or not. So let me just open it. And guys, so you can see the Django is installed now. You can see there's something here. This is the URL, right? This is the URL. Remember this 127.0.0.1 is the alias for localhost. The alias for localhost. Like for example, if you say localhost, and then I type here port, it was port 8000. Sorry, it was a port 8000. Then you can see it is still working. Now you can as well change the port number. For example, if you have several programs or web running on the same port, you might want to change the port. So first of all, how do you break the server? To deactivate the server, just Ctrl+C. If you're using the Windows operating system, Ctrl+C, and then it will break the server so that you can write here. Now, for example, if you want to specify the port number that you want to open the browser with, or the project with, you can just say py manage.py run server, and then you can specify the port. For example, if it's 60 port 60, or port 80,000, port 90,000, or whichever number you have, any value it is acceptable. Then when you hit enter, then you'll see that it will open. These are port 60. Now when you run here, then you can see now it's opening at port 60. Now when you try to refresh on these other one, where we had 80,000, it won't work. You'll see that it won't work. So guys, basically this is how you can specify the port number, and I guess up to this point in time you are good. And guys, you can see that the installation of Django is successfully, the install worked successfully. So first of all, let me break the server. It is Ctrl+C. Ctrl+C. Let me it's Ctrl+C. And then now guys, basically I want us to create now the app for the project. So apps are like for example, if you have a smartphone, the apps, they perform similar function like what you have on your phone. Like you can have an application to run the camera, for messages, for WhatsApp and all that. So likewise, application in Django, they perform specific tasks, the task that you can assign to them. For example, you can have an app to handle the cards. You can have an app to handle the registration. You can have an application to run, for example, the the users and all that. So for instance, to create the app, we use this command python, or python manage .py, and then I think it's start up. I don't know if it's correct. I think it's startup, and then you can say, for example, a portfolio. Then when you hit enter, I think it will create that application portfolio, and then you can see now we have this portfolio app, and then inside that app we can see we have other files. We have this init file, we have this admin, we have these apps, apps, and then we have the models, the tests. For example, if you want to test your view function and all that, you have the views. Now the views are, these are the request handlers. They are responsible for handling the request and are returning the response to the client side. And then the URLs, we need also to create the URLs. The URLs, if you, by there I have a full course for Django. If you don't understand these stuffs, just go back to the Django. I have a full course for Django, including even the HTML courses, CSS and JavaScript. In case you get stuck somewhere, just rewind, just go to those courses so that you may be sure to have enough skills on those languages. Now we'll need to add here another file called the urls urls.py, let me call it urls.py file. Now guys, basically now this is the app called a portfolio, or you can call it something like a main or whichever name you wish to give it. And then now guys, basically the next thing, now we need to link it. We need to link this app to our project. So first of all, let me zoom in. I think this is too much. Now guys, we need to link this application to our project, and to link it, we need to open the project, and then I go to the settings, and then let me first of all try to minimize this section. Now to the settings.py, here just scroll, and then you see a file, basically the section where we have this installed app list. And then to the installed app list, you can add in here, remember it must be inside the quotes, then you can add in the application, and that the application is a portfolio. You can call it name, or perhaps yours you call it main, or whichever name you gave it, but here it is a portfolio, right? Portfolio. I think this is the correct spelling. Remember it must be correct. So this way we have linked that project in the here. And then now the next thing guys, we need also to add in the URLs, because we don't want to use the same URLs. You can see here the project at the main project, we have a file called the urls.py. And if you learned on Django, the course that I provided for Django, then you understand these stuff. So you can see this is the admin URL pattern. And then we need, guys, we don't want to link everything to be here. I want us, for example, if you have a very big system, you don't want your applications to have a lot of, you want each application to have their own URLs, to handle their own URLs, so that you may not get a lot of content. These are file, so we need to link it, and to link it, guys, we use the basically Python has a module called the include, and with the include you can include even the templates to other templates. These are like the HTML files and other files. But so for example, if you have a form, and then you want to include it to all pages, you don't want to code all the time, you can just create a file for the forms, and then you can include it in other sections, so you will not have to strain a lot. And for example, in this include in this context, we can use it to include, for example, these are URLs and all that. So I say path should be path, and then a parenthesis, and then here I'll give it an empty string, because I want it to be like at the root, the landing thing or a landing page. So it will be empty like that. Then here I'll add in here, I'll say include. Include should be include. I don't know why it's so let me say include, and then open the parentheses, and then here we say portfolio. It was portfolio app, portfolio, and then a dot urls. So it is the portfolio app, urls. So it's the portfolio app. This is a portfolio app, and then the URLs. The file was URLs to handle the URLs. You can see it's URLs. Now, always ensure that you close here with a comma. So that you may not have issues. So guys, this way we have linked this project of ours, And then now the next thing is we need to have the template folder. And the template folder, I always recommend it to be at the root directory, here, this directory. But you can as well place it here. For example, you can place it here at the at your project. For example, let me just first of all show you this way. So you just create a file called a templates, and then in the templates you can create a file like let's say index or a main index.html, and then here we can change here from Django HTML to standard HTML. Now this is the goodness of Visual Studio Code. You can switch language mode. Then here, for example, to create the quickest way to create the snippet for the structure of our HTML document is exclamation. Just type the exclamation, then when you hit enter or a tab, then it will generate this content for you. Now here, let me just call it something like let me call it portfolio. Like let me just say Nehemiah Wekesa. Let me say Nehemiah Wekesa, and then our portfolio, and then guys, you can see this is the title. Of course, let me add in some, for example, let me add in the H2, and then let me say this is working, just to test if it's working. This is working. So basically this is the template. Now we need to create the view function to handle this template. So how do you do that? So go to the views, now to the portfolio app, and then to the views, and then you need to have this file at the start from Django import render. You can use the render, and then here you can say, for example, let's create a function, the view function, with the define it with a div keyword. Then for example, let's call it home or a main. Then here you can pass here request, and then a colon, and then here you can say return return, then a render, because we have the render module here. Then inside the braces we can say, for example, we can say return render, then we can return render the request. So the request here, and then also we can render that HTML should be inside the quotes, and then I can say, for example, index.html. Of course, you can as well return the text or the content with the HTTP response. You can just return a content, but I want us to use the template, right? Let us use this a template. Now we need also to create now the URLs. To configure the URLs to handle this the URL pattern for this view function here. So let me go to this project, and perhaps let me just copy this one because I don't want to repeat. And then to the setting, actually to the URLs for portfolio. Remember, we have the URLs for project, but now we have the URL for portfolio. Because we link this up to the project, we can just use the URLs in this file here. Remember, how we configured. Now here we don't need this admin. We don't need this admin, and then we don't also need this include, and then we don't need. Let me first of all delete this term so that I may not confuse you. So basically the variable is URL patterns, and then here you can add in the values or the patterns. So we use the path, and then inside this path, because I want it to be like at the landing page, let me give it an empty list, an empty string, and then here empty path, and then here let me give it so first of all we need also to import the views. We need to import the views. So guys, basically you can see the views are in this directory. You can see the views is and the same folder called a portfolio. So the easiest way to use it is just add in here period. The period defines the current directory. So from the period from current directory, or you can just say portfolio from portfolio, which defines this app, this folder. but this one is a long way. This one is not professional. So let me just say from the current directory, views, from portfolio views, import views, import what? Import, for example, home. It was home. Right. So let me, I think it was, so the function here was home. The view function was home. So let me close this and just cancel first of all. Let me, so guys, basically, let me do this. Let me add in the autosave because I don't want to be saving this stuff all the time. So let me add in the autosave so that everything may be just be saved automatic without saving. So the Visual Studio Code provides us with this option where you can do the autosave. It just autosave itself. And then now here, so the view function here is home, right? View is home. And then so here, you can say home. Because we have added here home, we can now use home. We have imported that home. And then the name, you can give it, for example, home again. Let me call it home. Let me call it home. Now guys, basically the other way on how you can use this view function, you can say, for example, from that directory, you can see for now we have saved from the portfolio or from the current directory views, import home. Alternatively, you can say from current directory, from the current directory, import views. Now when you use this one, you have to add in here or file called what? Views. You have to say here views. You have to specify the views, so that views, you have to say views like this, but for me, I don't like working in this one because I just want to list the views here at the top, and then I just use the names here at the top or the bottom, and the way I like to use it. So let me undo, then let me use my ways. So this one is how I usually do it. And then again, always ensure that you add in the list here, because remember parameters in Python are separated with a comma like this. So and then now guys, let's try to, of course, because we have added the app and all that, we need to migrate these settings so that Django may recognize our other stuff, so that it may be included in the database and all that. So here guys, I will have another command. So we are navigating now through the terminal, and then in this terminal you can say py or a Python manage.py, and then migrate to migrate the settings. And then guys, when you do the migration here, first of all, you can see cannot import name home from portfolio views. So it's not home. Let me just check. Oh, it's main guys, sorry, it is main, not home, it is main. So let me get to the portfolio here, and then now with the Visual Studio Code, it is quite easy to replace words. So what you do, just click Ctrl+D, it will select, it will do the multi-select. You can select several items, then you can just replace them at once, other than doing several times all the time. So you can just do that, and then let's try again. And then guys, you can see now the migration is done here. Let me first of all, you can see when you have these okay, then I just know that the migration is done done now. And then now we can run the server and see how it looks like, right? So here I'll say, let me just basically I'm using the arrow key so that I can pull the content from the top here that I had already written. So I'll move until I get the server, the command to run the server. It is manage the py manage.py run server, like that. And then let me run it, and then let me open and see if it's working. Then I guess you can see this is working. So once you see it says like this, then I just be sure that everything is working. Now the next thing, guys, of course I wanted to show you that I wanted the templates to be at the root directory, right? I told you that. Let me first of all minimize, let me close this other stuff, and then now I want this app, these are templates, to be at the root directory here. So I want it to be at the root directory like that. And then now you can see now when you try to refresh, then it won't work. Yeah, you can see now it says template does not exist because we have removed from that directory to the root directory. So by default, you can add the templates at a particular app, but if you remove it from that app, then you have to change the settings to handling the templates. So go to the project of yours, and then to the settings, and then you can see here at the top there's this variable to handle that path, for to handle the path. Now you can see by default they are all in the actually in the parent or in the app, so you can see build up inside the project, like this one, and then a sub directory. If you want to change the directory, you will use this one. These are commands. So this one. So guys, let's go to the templates, and then here are the dir. We'll use that file. Let me just show you. Let me just copy it here. Then again, ensure that this stuff is always encrypted. Ensure that you hide this secret key. But remember, this one is an open source just for learning purposes. There's no need to secure this secret key. But this file is super important. So always be sure to on production don't upload with this security key whatever here. So let me just copy this file or a value, and then here the directory for template. Remember, this is a template variable here, and then here I'll say, for example, templates, to handle the templates. Of course you can use another name, but ensure that the name that you use at the directory, and that directory is exactly like this one. Like you can see, the template name should be matched with this one that you used here. So now let me try to rerun again, and then you can see initially it was template doesn't exist. Let me refresh, then you can see it is now working. Now the next thing, now also we need to specify the CSS. To handle the CSS, we need to specify the statics, the folder to handling the static, and then that way, guys, I don't want to add it at the I don't want to add that CSS at the at the root directory, because we might have the templates for, perhaps you have several apps. You don't want to have the same CSS, so it's a good practice that CSS and that the statics, they remain at a particular application, so don't add it at the root. So here I'll create another folder called the static. You ensure that it is static, static like that, static, because when you go to the project and then to the settings, here at the bottom you can see this there. You have to use the exact name. You can see static file, CSS, JavaScript, images, and all that. They have to be here. You can as well use the bootstrap stuffs and all that. So you can see all of them, they should be here. You can find the documentation here. You can just copy this path, this file. Then you can find, of course, let me show you, for example. Let me open on the browser, and then you can see there's a documentation to handle the static. You can see it's here, and then how you can load it. There's these options. So guys, basically Django is super nice. You can see it gives you all the documentation. You don't strain a lot. For example, the primary key and all that, they are here and all that. You can see we have the URLs so that you can find more documentation on the same. For example, if you don't understand, but now you can see the static URL. It is static. You have to use the exact name, so it is static. Once again, let me close it so that I may not confuse you. And then now, guys, here I want to create a file in this portfolio, in this static folder, a file called CSS. For example, main, let me call it, or styles dot CSS, styles.css, and then I'll create also another one another folder for images. So for images, because we might have, for example, videos and all that, we don't want to call it images. Let me just call it media, because we might have some other file which are not photos, images. So it's media. And then now also we'll need to create another file to handle the JavaScript. So I'll call it, for example, JS. Not really, let me create, shouldn't be, because a portfolio doesn't have a lot of content. So I'll just use a file called, for example, main.js. It shouldn't be inside the folder, but for example, if you have a lot of content, a lot of stuff, you can place, if you have a lot of script files, you can place them in a folder. But now, because this is just a portfolio, and in fact it's gonna be the multi-section, not a multi-page. It's just a single page but with a different section, so there's no need to have a lot of JavaScripts here. So the main.js to handle the JavaScript files, and then now let's try to link it and see if it will work. So let's go to the template, to the templates, and then now here guys, basically here at the top, for you to use the CSS in Django or the statics, you have to load it here at the top. So how do you load it? So just use a load static. When you just write here load, then when you hit enter, it will autocomplete for you. It's load static, and you can see how you use the Django tags. It is curly braces, and then parentheses, and then you can add in the tag here inside. But now you can see now the language mode here is Django HTML. That's why it can do the auto completion for me. I don't have to strain. If you're using Visual Studio Code, I don't know about other code editors. And then now to use it, for example, let me first of all change here to standard HTML. So you can just click here, and then you can just in that palette you can just say HTML. Then when you hit enter, or when you select this one, it will switch to standard HTML, and you can save something like a link. And then in this link, in this hyper reference, again I'll use the braces, and then the braces, and then percentage is 2%. Then once you upload it here at the top, then here you can say, you can define static. Then inside the quotes, 2 quotes, you can add in the name of that static file. So because it's not, the file is not another folder, it is just this static. We'll just name, for example, if it were in another folder, for example for CSS folder, you will say something like a main.css. Remember JavaScript, I place it here there, so it should be in the same directory with the CSS, because media, it will handle the images and the photos. So for example, if this CSS were in a different folder, you'll have to specify folder, for example CSS, and then I specify styles.css. But now, because first of all, let me show you this way, and then I'll show you that way also, so that you may be familiar. So it should be styles, right? Styles.css. Then perhaps let's add in some so let's add in some styling just to test body. Let me use our body as a selector here, and then here let me add in the background color. Let me give it even aqua just to test if it's working. Let me break the server, and then rerun, and then let me go to the browser, and then let me check, and then guys, you can see it's really working, right? It's working super fine. And so now we are sure the CSS is linked. But now, for example, if you have that CSS in another folder, for example, let me create another folder called CSS, and then I place that CSS in that folder called CSS. Let me move it there, and then now guys, you can see it won't work. It won't display that file. You can see it's not working. So if you want to use that CSS in a particular directory in a different folder, then here the HTML, you have to specify that folder, which is CSS, followed by the /, and then when you get back here, You can see now it's working. But now because there's no more file here, I can just do what? I can just remove it in that directory. Where is it? These are CSS. Let me just remove it. Then I add it here, the static. Let me add it here. And then of course I can as well delete what these are for file because it doesn't have anything in it. So let me just delete it so that it can work. So guys, at the moment everything is working super fine. Now I want us to begin straight away. To code. Now let's begin with the CSS to import some stuff here and there. Now first of all, I think we need to import the fonts. We need to import the fonts here at the top that we will use here in our project. And then we are using the external. We are using the fonts from Google. So fonts, you can use it wherever you want. Fonts. Fonts.google. I just want to show you how you can as well do this. How you can get the fonts, how you can use the fonts in your project. But basically, let me just choose any. So for example, this one is the Roboto, but now I want just to get all the fonts so that I can just use any for the sake of this project. Let me find something which looks nice, like this one. Let me use this Ubuntu. Let me just use this Ubuntu. So what you do, if you're using the Google font, just click on it. And then you can select the ones that you want. For example, if you want everything, just select everything. And select these ones, select everything. Let me just select everything, guys. Let me select all the types. And then now, guys, basically here I'm gonna, you can see there's an option to use it as a link to add it the HTML, but you can see there's a lot of stuff here. You can just copy this link and then I paste it here, the HTML, and the HTML here at the top at the head. But now I want to use it the CSS, just at the CSS with this import. And so let me just copy, or I can just click here, it will copy. Just click there, it will copy. Then to the CSS here at the top, you can just do it, you can paste it there. And then so here we don't need these stuff, we don't need these style attributes here and there. Just use it here the way it is, like that. And then yeah, and then perhaps, guys, let me just minimize this section because I no longer need it here, so that you can see very well. Do I need to zoom in a bit? Yeah, let me just it's not nice as I can. Yeah, so guys, we have the font, and then here the body, we can add in the font family that we will use it here, the body. So here at the bottom, when you scroll here, you will see there's a font family here. You can just copy, and I use it. I've just used this one as an example, but you can use any other font. I remember in this project, in fact, there's no need to use any other font. You can just use the default one. But the essence here is to help you understand how you can as well use the external fonts. So this is the font that I'll use it here, the body. And then now, guys, here I want to create a comment here, and then let me say global styling. Global styling, and then with the global styling, guys, I will use this asterisk. We use the asterisk because guys, you can see at the moment. Sorry. So let me zoom in. So guys, you can see at the moment here, there's some default margins, paddings. First of all, sorry, there's some default margins and padding here. You can see now the font has changed. You can see how it is, and then now you can see there's a default margin and a padding. So we want to, and each browser usually have their default specification or default styling. So what I do, I want us to overwrite everything so that we may use our own settings. So for example, margin, we can give it the initial one to be 0, padding padding, let's give it also 0. And then at the box sizing, sometimes guys you want to specify the height or the width of an image, but inside that image, for example, you have an image somewhere inside it. Then when you resize the image, also the size of the container will also increase. Now the work of the box sizing, these are property. This one help us so that when you resize everything or the content, it should be just inside within that container, so that it may not specify, or so that the container may not be larger, with the content inside it. So here box sizing, say border box, when you use this border box property. And then also the list style, the list type, let's give it none, so that when we use the list, we will not have to remove the those are dots, those are dots, And then also text decoration, we don't want the anchor tags to have the underline, so we'll say text, not really should be text decoration. Let's give it none at the moment, by default to be at none. And then what else? And then yeah, so I think it's good at the moment the way it is. And then the other thing is we need to create now the variables, the CSS variables here that we'll use, because for example, if you want to change the colors, you will not have to go to every section and change the color. So the work of the variable, when you use the colors as variables, it will help you to use colors. When you just change here the CSS, just one file, then it will change everything in the entire system. So that's the advantage of using the colors. And if you don't know how to complement colors like me, just go here and then I just say color palette, something like this, or color complement. So let me just click here, and then again you can see that we have the complement colors here that you can use. For instance, for me, I can choose to use what? Let me use I think this black one is nice for me. Let me just use this one to be like the primary one. Should I use that one? Let me try this one. Let me copy this one, and then so guys, how do you use the variables? So first of all, use this colon, then root like this, and then so this is how you define your variables. This is how you use the selector. This is the selector now for variables. And then now to use the variable, you use these two hyphens, and then for example you can say main, or a primary color, or whichever name you give it. You can specify, for example, you can paste it there. Remember, the hexadecimal value usually begin with a hash, so don't forget this one. And then now so it is like that. And then what is the next thing now, guys? We need let's call it, for example, main, or let me just call it primary color. Primary color, you can use any other name, guys. Now for primary color, guys, let me just, you can use any other name. So let me use this one, and let me use this one. And then remember to add in the hash here to define a hexadecimal value or color. And then what is so let me say secondary. Let me just use primary and the secondary. Let me avoid these colors or whatever, so that it may be a bit short. So for primary, secondary, let me use which color? Let me use now this one for secondary color. Let me paste it there. Let me paste it there. So where is it? Let me just use a hash here. And then now lastly, for body or a background, let me just say backgrounds. Let me use this color, this kind of a white, this color, not really white, is something like a grayish. So it's hash, and then I specify that color value. And then now, for instance, you can use here the body, that value. So now guys, how do you use it? For example, you say background color. So here you just say var, then here you can select the color. For example, if it's backgrounds, you can just say backgrounds like that. And then when you refresh here on the browser, then I'll find out that everything is now changed. You can see now we removed that margins with that global styling, and then the background color now is changed. So everything is now really perfect, and we are ready or are good to go. Now the next thing is that we might need in these projects is the fonts. The actual, not the icons. The icons, we might need the icons also. And so with the icons, I'll use the font awesome. How do you get the font awesome? So just go to fontawesome.com, because I will use the CDN, we'll use the content delivery files, the CDN files. So let's get to ensure first of all you log in, you sign in. I think for me I have an account with them. Let me just log in, and then once you log in, guys, go to the site kit, your kits, go to your kits, and then I can see here I have mine. I have my kit here. You can just click on it so that I may see my kit here. So how do I get there? So let me give it time so that it may load, and then guys, I basically just copy this site kit, this script file. Then I just place it here at because this one should be here at the top at the HTML file. Then here at the top, you can just place wherever it is here at the head, place it there, and then we are good to use the fonts. So let's first of all test if we can use something, if it's working. So go here to the icons, and then let me say, for example, boy avatar, so that you may bring us the boy something like yeah. So let me use, for example, this child, or let me say man, so that it can give us the man avatar. Oh guys, there's no such a thing, but for example, let me use a Facebook. I think Facebook is nice. So let me say Facebook, or yeah, let me use this Facebook. Then once you click on it, then when you scroll down, you see there's this option, these are file, these classes on how you can define those icons. So now let's try to see if it will work. So to test everything if it's working, now let's get there, and then so guys, you can see it's working there. Let me zoom in so much, so you can see there's this icon. So everything is working. So guys, basically we can now just begin straight away. Now to the HTML here. First of all, let me just create some spaces here. Now to this HTML, first of all, is a good practice to add in the comments for your sections. So here I can say, for example, because guys, this one I'm gonna use something like the two section or 2 columns website, or basically on the larger screen it will have the two columns website. We have this section, for example, for menus, because this is just a single page website, where we'll have the navigation section here at this other end, and then the content on this other end. So for those navigation or those links, when you click on it, it will be redirecting you to other sections. So how do you do that? So guys, basically what I'll do here, let me create here a comment. For example, let me just say container, let me just say column, let me just call it column container. Main, let me just call it main column container. You can give it any comment, guys. Remember, comment, they won't be executed. This one just help developers to identify the codes, to understand the codes very well. And then now, guys, here I can say, for example, so let me just call it main. the class here. Now with the Visual Studio Code, it's quite easy. For example, if you want to use if you don't want to complete other stuff, for example, first of all, ensure that you are at the standard HTML language mode and the HTML language mode. Then, for example, if you want to specify you want to specify, for example, the nav and some classes in it, you can just say, for example, nav. Because this one is not a nav, let me just use a div. Now for div, you don't have to specify if even the div. You can say, for example, a main. So you begin with a dot and then a main container. Main container. When you hit enter, you can see it has added the class and these are div tags. So and then here, because this div, it will have two divs, two columns, main, container, and then it will have two columns. So first one, I'll say, for example, column left. For example, column left. Before this one, guys, I think I can use let me just say columns. The first one, the columns, and then inside these are columns container also. I'll add in, for example, let me say now the left column, and then also let me add in the right column dot right column dot right column, like that. So it will have two columns, the left and the right columns, right? So perhaps let me just add in some content or something like so now and these are left column. This is where we'll have what? This is where we'll have the anchor, the navigation section, the logo and all that. So the first thing that I'll use here, it is so the first thing I'll use here is, so let me say the logo. The logo will go here. The logo will go here. For example, at the moment, let me just use the H3 perhaps. Then I'll say, let me say logo. And then the next thing that will appear here, there's a left column, is the nav links, right? So here the nav links, I'll say, for example, I'll use the UL. So let me just call it, give it a class. For example, let me say nav links, like that. And then in this nav links, I'll use the UL, and then now the LI. And these are LI. I'll add in the anchor tag. At the moment, let me just give it a hash. Let me give it a hash. And then for example, let me call it a portfolio. So first of all, let me just call it, this one to be like the home. Let me just call it home. I will I don't know, home. Then so let me just duplicate, and then the last thing here, it will be the footer. You know, in this left column, we have the logo. We have the nav links. So at least let me add in the comments. Perhaps let me just add in the comments. Then let me say the logo. And then here, this one, let me add in the comment. Then I say something like and let me say the, by the way, guys, you see I have a shortcut to create the comment. It's just control, then at the forward slash, or a command, then at the forward slash. So here, say, for example, the navigation links, and then here, let me say footer. Let me say the, so it should be a comment. Let me say the footer. And the footer, and then in this footer, guys, I'll say in this footer, I'll say what? Let me say in this footer, let me say dot footer, and then here I can add in some copyright, whatever. So I'll say, for example, let me use a span. Let me just use a span, and then let me say and should be and copy and then 2023 or 2023 or whichever value it is, whichever year it is, and then all let me say all rights are reserved. Reserved. All right reserved. All right reserved. Then first of all, guys, let's try to see how it looks like. Yeah, guys, you can see it's here. And now we have the logo, we have the home, the navigation section, and then we also have this footer part. Now, guys, I want to make a column for this one. And then in this container, guys, I'll add in the background. I'll add in the background. So let me just go to unsplash.com where we can have the free photos. So unsplash, and then I want to get some backgrounds. You can use whichever site it is, but I saw there was some. Let me get some wallpapers here. I think they'll be nice for us to use it. I don't know which one is best, but I think this one, guys, this one is nice. I think this one is good for us. Then let me add it here at the desktop and the Django portfolio, and then the portfolio, then a static, and then a media, and then in this media, I'll say, for example, bg for background. It is the file type is a JPEG, so bg.jpg. It will be for background. Now here, guys, basically let's go to the CSS now. Remember the container here is the main container here. Let me just in fact copy the class name, and then to the CSS. First of all, this JavaScript at the moment I don't need it. So here I say now let me say here, let me say main, or let me just add in the comment here, and then I say, let me say main styling, or main styling, or whichever name we wish to give it, the comment there. And then here, guys, I'll say at the background I'll give it what? Background, I'll give it I'll use an image, background image. What should I use at the background? Let me use a URL, and then here I can specify the image. So the image is what? The image is at which folder? So the image is at media, and then at this file. I guess this the way. Let me first of all, then of course let me add in no repeat proper. No, let me say no repeat. So first of all, let me see if it will display that image here. It's displaying here. And then now, guys, basically I want to specify now the height and all that. So height, let me give it a 100 viewport height, VH. So let's see how it is, so that it can fill the entire container, 100 viewport height. And then here, guys, I'll say, for example, this is a container. Basically this is a class. Let me copy for containers. Let me say here, guys, what I'll do, let me just say, for example, here, let me give it a border, perhaps. Let me say border. The border, I'll give it for example 1 pixel, a solid, and then which color should I give it here? Which color? So the color, guys, I think I should use here that VAR. Then I'll use these main backgrounds, for backgrounds, this one. And then the padding, let me give it 20 pixel, or whichever, 20 pixel. And then what else? Let me just because I want it to have the columns. Let me use a grid. Let me say grid. grid template columns. I'll use this property here, the grid template column. Then I'll say, for example, one FR, and then also one FR. Sorry, should be one FR. This one to specify the two equals. Or perhaps let me just say, or first of all, let's see. Remember, when you use this one, you are specifying the two equal width. Now, first of all, let me add in the gap, and then I will see a gap. Let me give it a gap. Let me give it a 20 pixel. 20 pixel. This is the gap between the columns. And then what else? Let's add in the overflow to be hidden. Overflow. Let's give it hidden at the moment. Let's add in the which property should we use here? Let me add in these are properties like a left and right. So let me just target now. These are left and right property. Column right. Column right. Or guys, basically what I should have used here, I should say, for example, here I should change these classes, for example, from right and left, column right and left, to something like let me use something like left, then a column, so that you may have two classes, right? And then where else? This other one. And then so that I can just style it quickly. Then for left, so let me say dot left. Dot left. What I'll do here, guys, I'll give it which property here. These are left property. So overflow. Let me give it a scroll. Let me give it overflow. Let me say overflow y. On the y overflow y. This one I'll give it scroll. Let me give it a scroll. And then so this one will add in the vertical scroll bar when the content overflows. So let me just check how it looks like. Not really should be here. Yeah, so guys, you can see how it looks like. And then if you have a lot of content, then it will overflow that way. And then now, guys, basically also for the other one for right. Now, guys, basically I think I can just specify, for example, let me say 20%, 20%, then at the other one to be 80%, and then at the width or a height. Let's first of all give it should I give it 100 VH height? I don't know if it will work. Yeah, I'm not sure if it will, because I want it to overflow when the content is much. So guys, let's try to add in the content for the right. But now here, guys, basically so guys, basically here the display here I should have changed here to so display should be grid. So display here should use a grid. Let me use a grid. Now, guys, here the first one I'll say, for example, the avatar. Let me just use a class called avatar. This is the avatar section, and then in the avatar here we'll add in the image, or let me use a photo. Let me say just call it photo. A photo, and then the photo I'll add in the image somewhere there. And then also we'll need also to have some description, some small description. Of course, we'll use JavaScript to animate. So I'll say, for example, let me say dot animation, or let me just say first of all animation. We'll modify it later. Animations. Then let me just add in the h2. Then let me say the name of the person. The name of the person. Then let me see first of all how it is displayed, and then guys, you can see how this stuff is being displayed on this other end. Let me increase here too, and let me say 30, and the other one to give it something like let me give it this one 30, and then this one should be 70, so that it may reach 100. No, that is too much. Let me give it a 25, and then this one should be 75, you know, so that it may sum up to 100. Yeah, so guys, you can see how it looks like. Let me now go to the right. Let me go to the right property now. So let me comment, and then let me say column right, column right, and then now to that avatar. So first of all, let me add in some image here for avatar. Let me find an image somewhere, like let me just call the man avatar, let me just call it search man, and then images, or let me just search man icon, yeah, cartoon, or a cartoon, yeah, cartoon is better. Man, then I want just the face. Let me get a nice one, like I think this one is nice. This one is nice for me. This one is nice, or yeah guys, they're both nice. Let me just use this one. Let me right click, and then I save the image as, then I'll say, for example, boy or a man. Let me just call it man. It's JPEG. So how do you use it? So now here the HTML here, this image, this photo, I'll use the image tag. I'll use img tag, and then the image here should be now the inside these braces. Inside these two braces. Then you have to load the static, not really loading, to specify the static, and then here inside these two quotes you can add in the image. So the folder is media, and then the file is man.jpg, I guess, if I'm not wrong. But I can just even confirm it's man.jpg. Oh sorry, it's jpg, like that. And then let me just first of all check it out. Yeah guys, you can see now we have it here, man.jpg. Now guys, basically I want us to sell this stuff better to this image, to the photo. So I'll say that photo dot photo, then dot photo, then img. I'll give it what? I'll give it let me give it a border radius of 50%, over 50%, and let's check how it looks like. Refresh, and then the border radius, it's not working for this image. No, basically the image is not a class, so it should be just image. Let me just try again. Let me try to find a squared image. To use a squared image, I think it will be nice. In fact, let me just use this one. Yeah, this one is much better. Let me use this one. It should be boy. Let me use man.png. Now here I'll change here to man. I'll change here to man.png. PNG, like this, man.png, and then let me check it out. Yeah guys, you can see this one is squared one, is really nice. And then now I need to align these items to be at the center, and also the colors and everything. So guys, I basically let this one to be just like at the placeholder at the moment. But now here, these are property guys. Let me just margin. Let me remove this let me remove this property here, so that it can be at least nice. So, and then guys, basically the other thing, guys, that I want us to do, perhaps should we animate first of all, guys? Let's try to finish with this one first of all, this section, this logo, and then we shall go to this other one. So for the logo, I say personal portfolio. Let me just change here, and then I give it a personal portfolio to this index. Where is it? Where is it? The logo, I'll give it a personal should be personal portfolio, portfolio. So I think for personal, I can add it here inside the span. So for personal, let me cut first of all, and then I use a span here, span. Personal portfolio, and then I should have removed this white space here. Personal portfolio, portfolio, personal portfolio, and then of course I'll decorate this personal to have a different color and all that. And then again here I can say, for example, home. I can change here from home, then here I can give it about. Let me say about, and then here I'll use about. Here I'll use for example, I'll say, for example, services that you offer, services. And then what is now the portfolio itself, portfolio, and then you can add in something like maybe blogs. You can have a section for blogs, and then for about. Now I want to change the display of this stuff. So this one should be, this one is right, this one is we had the left and the right columns. So this is the left, and then so for left I'll say the display, I'll give it so display for left. Where is it? The left property. So left, and then also I'll say display. Display, I'll give it display, I'll give it oh, basically not really. Display should be display, I think, should be flex. Let me give it a flex, and then flex direction. Flex direction is gonna be a column, and then justify content. I'll give it a space between. So let's check it out. Yeah, guys, you can see how it looks like. It's so nice. And then so basically the font size here, I'll give it the font size. The font size should target what the anchor tag. So basically the left, then a dot anchor tag. So let me just say dot left, then an anchor tag, the font size. So font size, I'll give it 16. Let me just give it 16 pixel. A 16 pixel. And then first of all, let me see if it is zoom at 100%. Oh, it was 110. That's why I was wondering how big it is. So guys, I always ensure that you give it 100%, so that you can see everything better. So like you can see, for me it was super big, so I thought the font was big. So now I think at this property I can as well remove, because let me just remove, and then refresh. Yeah, so I think this way it's in fact I can increase the size instead of decreasing. Let me increase here to something like 30. Let me give it a 30 pixel. 30 pixel. Let me be sure that I've targeted the correct anchor tag. So it is left, then a nav link first of all, left, then a dot nav links, then a ul li, then a anchor tags. So let me check it out first of all. Yeah, you can see the color, the size is increased, and then we can change the color. So color we can give it white, FFF for white, and then for that footer also we can give it a color of white. So let me say dot footer we can give it a color we can give it also white, not really white. Let me use a variable because I said that we want to use the variable because so that when we change we can change system wide. So let me just use a var backgrounds. Let me use this color, and then I think it will be nice for us. Yeah, you can see it's super nice. Then for logo, so I think I'll also add here logo. So let me say here logo, so that it may inherit the colors. Not here, it should be the logo, then a dot. No, it's a class, so it should be dot logo. And then guys, you can see how it looks like. But now I think I should just use a different selector. This one, guys, I think I should use let me just use let me just use this one to be like let's say something like 25 or even 20 pixel. Let's see. Yeah, 20 pixels I think is perfect. And then of course this one for these items we can add in there the padding and all that. So for padding, so let me first of all remove this one, and then padding, let me give it padding, let me give it a 10 pixel. Yeah, 10 pixel. So that's padding. And also the li for li, let me duplicate this one, and then now targeting now just the li. Let me remove the let me see. Yeah, guys, it's nice. But now here I think I should also add in the another color here. I don't know, in our colors palette, let me just check and see which colors do we have. But guys, I think here I should use different colors. These colors are not really nice for me. I think I should use different because it's not complementing well. So let me just again go there, and then I say color palette. Then I'll just change here to something that is kind of bright. Let me use which color. I think these ones can be nice. Let me just use this one. Let me paste it here to be the main, and then the other one is this one to be this primary color, and then the other one is this one. And then lastly we have this yellow. I think these ones will be nice. Remember now the goodness with the variables, it changes system wide. So let me just get there and then I see how it looks like. Now you can see how the colors look like. So for these icons, I think these ones I can just use this one I can just use white. These are icons. Yeah, these icons. Let me just use white. Let me add in another variable for white. So white, and then here let me just call it white. FFF for white. And then so for this stuff, let me give it what? Let me give it a white. Where was it? So here should be white. White. Yeah, here it is. White. Let me check. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, it's nice. And then guys, I don't see the need to have this other one, this outer border. Let me just remove the border thing. Where was it? I think it is here. Let me remove it. Yeah, it's nice. And then so guys, I think this juncture, of course, here the span here, we can also add in the span to be white also here, this part. So it is index. It is index. What is it? Not its logo, and then span, logo, then a span. Let me find where your logo is. Logo, and then a span part. Span. So span, and then for span, let me give it color to be white. So let me use white. And then let me just check it out, and then it's kind of yeah, it's perfect for me. It's perfect. And then so guys, I think this part is nice. So now we can focus on this other end, right? So let's just focus on this other end. And so this is part of the avatar. Where is it? The second column, the part of the avatar. Where is it? Yeah, here, avatar. So the avatar part, let me just give it so let me just say .avatar, and then content to align items. First of all, this avatar, what is it? Yeah, avatar. I think now as a CSS avatar, and then it should be text align items. Should be align items. First of all, let me see if this one will work. Yeah, it's working, guys. It's super nice. I wanted it to be the way it is. And then now, guys, here you can add in some padding. Yeah, let me just add in some padding top, or a padding. Let me just give it padding to be like let me just say 20 pixel. Yeah, 20 pixels is nice. So guys, I think the next thing now I want us to add in the animation for this part. But before the animation, let me add in the logos. So this part should be the name part. So this part I can say, for example, let me add in my name. There's a part, let me say Nehemiah Wekesa. But here I can say, for example, let me say I am, or let me say I am then here I'll use span. Of course we'll use JavaScript here. So here, say for example, let me just say, for example, full stack developer, we'll add in the JavaScript here, and then I will animate everything. But now at the moment, let me just use it the way it is. And then now the next thing here, guys, let me add in the for icons. So let me say dot icons. Icons. Then let's get to the font awesome. Then let's add in the icons. So the first one was Facebook. So the first one is Facebook. And then the other one, let me use Twitter perhaps. Twitter should be Twitter. And then let's use this one. I think nowadays it's X, right? Let me use X, because I think Elon changed it to X. So let me use that one. And then the other one, let me use it should be Instagram, right? Instagram. Yeah, this one. And then let's see how it looks like. No. Then let's check it out. Yeah, so guys, it's nice. And then so let's try to change the color here to be white. So the avatar color to be white. So it's that white, or yeah, so I think I'll have to specify. Let me just specify. And the icon avatar, and then icon, the icon. So I think I have that class for icons. Yeah, icon. Let me say icons. So let me say dot icons. And then now so basically here I'll say what I'll say. So what should I say here? First of all, I say I want to give it the color. I'll use a yellow part. I'll use a VAR. Then I'll use this background here, background one. And then so, and then basically for the other one was what? The other one for the text animations. For animations, so let me say dot animations. First of all, I should have duplicated this one. Then this one to be this way. So animation color should be white. So it's VAR. So VAR, and then let's use this white. Now the goodness with variable, when you just change here at the top, it will change everywhere. So for example, if you have a lot of CSS, other than going to every section and changing the color, using the VAR, you just change it here at the top, then it will affect every other section. And that's why I like working on the variables. Now, so the next thing is, of course, here also I should have added what? Why do we have these two avatars? So let me remove this one, and then these are. So I think colors are really nice. Let me just check it out. Yeah, so it's working. Now for icons, it's not working. So it's icon. Then I'm targeting now the icon itself. It's eye. It's eye. Oh, it should be icons. First of all, icons. For let me just check. Yeah, it's working. And then now let me just give it increase the size for those icons. And then eye. So font size, let me give it 30 pixel. Will it be big, super big? And then let's add in some padding, or let's add in the padding for the animation part. So padding here, let's add in padding. Let's give it 15 pixels so that it can affect about stuff. Yeah, I think it's working. So this part I think is super nice. Now we can do it. We can animate this section. We can animate this part. But now But now guys, here this color are not really that professional. I think I should have used here the yellows, and then I should have interchanged this stuff so that it may be pleasant. So let me just get back there, and then for what for those colors here, for the anchor tag here, I think I should have used here the not white, should be now backgrounds. Then the logo here should have used now the let me use now white. Yeah, so let me just use white. And then at the span, now should be for backgrounds, and then at the footer should be white. I think this way, I think the colors will have a nice look. Yeah, so guys, you can see it's nice. The way I see it's nice. So guys, the other thing that I want us to include in this section, this homepage, is the typing animation in this section, whereby you can display, for example, I am, for example, a full stack developer. Then it will be a typing animation after it has completed typing a full stack developer. Then it will go to something else like a data scientist and all that. So let's try to add that with the JavaScript. Now let's get to the HTML. Let me minimize this other section, and let me also close this terminal again. Let me just minimize this section, and then let me open the template. So now here I can change here the class here to be something like text typing text, or a text typing typing. And then here I can add in this span, because this is the section that we want to animate. I can add in the ID here. Remember, first of all, the language should be here in standard HTML. Let me convert it to standard HTML, and then here I can add in the ID, and then I can say, for example, the typing, because I will get this element with this ID in JavaScript. Now the other thing that I want us to do here is to add in to link the JavaScript. So we have a file called JavaScript in the statics. So in this portfolio, and then in the static we created another file called main.js for JavaScript, but now we need to link it to the HTML. So to link it, we use the link tag. Not the link, we use the script tag. So it's script, but with this attribute CRC, and then in this attribute you can add in the script file inside the parentheses, then a percentages here, and then here we can load the static. We can define the static, and then in these two quotes we can add here the file name. It is main.js. So I think we are good now. We can begin to code the JavaScript here. So, and these are JavaScript. I want us to create several variables here. Now the first variable is gonna be the first variable, let me use actually for the text that will be animated here, the text that will be changing, like for example from full stack developer to data science and all that. Let me first of all minimize this other section. Now in this JavaScript here, I'll create here the const keyword. I'll create a variable with the const keyword. I'll declare it with the const keyword. So I'll say const, and then I'll assign here to text, for example text, the text, because there are many, the text, and then I'll assign here to an array list of items to the list. And then on the first item, perhaps I can say data scientist, and data scientist. The other thing is for example blogger. Another one can be, for example, let's say something UX designer. And then lastly, let me use maybe a software engineer. You can add it, you can add in as many as you want. And then now this is the first one, and then I say that it is a good practice always to close JavaScript statements with the semicolon. And then now the second variable, I'll use again the const keyword. I'll use the const keyword, and then I can say type in delay. Type in delay. I'll use the camel case delay. And then I'll assign here to the 100. Remember the units are in milliseconds, so I'll use a 100. And then so let me also create another variable with the const keyword, and then this one is gonna be for the new text delay, and the new text delay. And then I can assign here to what? Let me give it 2000 or 1000 millisecond. By default the units are in milliseconds. You don't have to specify the units. So now let's also use the let keyword, let, and then the text index. I'll give it 0. And then also let me add in the character index. So let me say let character index, and the character index I can give it again 0. Character index I'll give it 0. And then at the last variable I'll use a const, that's for the ID. Then I'll say, for example, typing it should be typing text, the text element. We want to target this element now. This span element with this ID typing. So I will use let me assign here to this method document dot get element by ID, and then the ID is this one. What is it? Typing. Let me add in here. Should be inside the quotes, typing. And then what else? Close it with a semicolon. Closing it with a semicolon. And then let's add in the functionality of that script, JavaScript. I'll begin with the type text. So I'll say function. Remember, you must first of all define a function with the function keyword in JavaScript. And then here I'll use a type text. The type text, and then I'll assign here to let me assign here to what? Let me say if character index is less than text, then into that text index is less than text index dot length, then I'll do these operations here. These are typing text element, dot text content, and then the text content I'll increment with text, and then a text index dot character art, and then I'll assign here I'll pass here the character index. pass here character index, and then let me close here with a semicolon. And then now the other thing, for this character index, let's increment also character index. Let's increment like that. And then let's also do this. Let's set timeout. So let me say set a timeout. Set timeout. Then I'll pass in the type text, and also the new text delay. Otherwise, I'll use the else now. After this parentheses here. After this one, I'll say else. Then I'll pass here these functions. These are statements. I'll say set timeout. Then delete text. I say delete text, and then also type in what? I'll say type in delay. Type in delay, and then the type in delay, and then let's close here with the semicolon again, and then now again let's have another function as well. Let's create another function. The last function here. I say function, and then for that delete text, because we have used here but we haven't defined, so it's delete text. And then in this delete text, we are gonna pass here some arguments, some operations here. So I'll say if into character index. Character index is less than 0. I'll do these operations. If it's less than character index is less than 0, and then I'll say type in text element. Dot text content. I'll assign here to text. And then text, the text index dot substring substring like this, and then set here to 0, and then character string, not it should be character index, and then -1, character index -1, and then let's close here with the semicolon, and then so for this character index, we'll decrement. We'll do the decrement. So I'll say the character index. I'll decrement, and then also I'll set timeout. So let me say set timeout. Then here I'll give it delete text, and then also type in delay. And they type in delay here, and then else I'll do this operation. These are a function, and say else text index. I say text index. I'll assign here to text index, text index +1, text index +1, percentage here, and then say text then a dot length close with a semicolon there, and then also let's set the timeout. So set timeout, then I say type text, and then I type in delay. They type in delay. Now I think we are good with JavaScript at the moment. So here I should have used now the braces, not these. I should have used the braces like this. Let me cut this one. Then here should be the braces. So guys, once you are done here, you have to call the JavaScript function for it to work. So we'll say type, and then text, type text, and then I will need also to modify the CSS, because here we use the class, the text typing and the class. So we need to change here to the CSS. Should be here should be from animation to text typing like this. Initially it was animation, now for it to work. And then again, the other thing, I think we should remove this span we should remove this span from this text to be just an independent thing. So let me just cut, and then let me add it here at the bottom to be just an independent element. And then what I'll do next, let me just let me do this. Let me just first of all check if it's working. Let me get to the browser, and then I refresh and see if it's working. And then guys, you can see it's working, but we need to modify a bit the typing, the animation and the speed and all that. We need to increase the speed. So let me get to the JavaScript, and perhaps let me just try again to add it here. I don't know if it will work. Let me add it here. So this initial full stack developer should also remove this full stack developer, so that it may be just an empty thing at the start. So let me cut, and then here the JavaScript, I'll add it here as a list, in the list of items. So let me add it there. Then I have to separate parameters with a comma like that. And then the new text delay here, the typing delay, I can increase. Let me first of all see how it is. So you can see it's taking time. So guys, you can see it's typing, but it's taking some time. So I think I can increase the speed, the typing delay. So let me try let me give it something like 50. Let me give it 50 and see how it will work. Let me give it a 50. Let me here give it something like 100. Yeah, you can see now the typing speed is increased a bit, but it's too much. Let me give it 100 still. Let me give it 100, and then so new text delay, let me give it 1000 still. It's too much still. Okay, let me give it 200. It is still too much. Let me give it something like 150. Let me give it 150. 150. Yeah guys, I think this one is perfect now, and we can add in the last another button here, and then I will finish this segment. Then I will go to the next thing. So let me add in the button here, the HTML. So where is it? To the HTML, let me minimize this section, and then I here to the HTML. After this which container, just after these icons, I'll add in here another class for the button. So I'll say dot hire, for example, dot hire me, the button. Then I'll use just a button. Then I'll say hire me, or let me just use a normal text. Let me just use the H3 here. Then let me say hire me. So let me style it in the CSS. So I say dot hire, then a dot h3, not dot, and then here I'll say, for example, border. I'll give it a 1 pixel solid, and then which color, let me use this variable that I will use, the colors that we define there, the variables. So I'll use this as secondary color. Then at the background color, I'll give it the background, I'll use that yellow, and then what else, the padding, top and bottom, let me give it 5 pixel. Left and right, let me give it 10 pixel, and then let me first of all see how it looks like. And then I don't want it to stretch all the way to the other end, so I think I should, let me try to use just the normal button. Let me just use here button. Then I think we need also to increase the padding. To the CSS, let's try to increase the padding. No, here used it should just be padding. Let me check, and then let's add in some margin for it. Margin, I'll give it a 20 pixel. I'll give it 20 pixel, and then at the border radius, I'll give it a 10 pixel. 10 pixel. Then the text now should be the font size. So let me say font size. The font size should be, let me use a 20 pixel. Yeah, 20 pixel, but still the background is not that good. So the background I should change here to the background. Let me use the main color here, and then for the color itself, I'll use white. The color I'll use white, and then let's see how it looks like. Let's increase also the size, the font size. Let me give it let me increase the margin first of all. Let me give it something like let me give it 30 or even 40 pixel. And then let's modify it when you hover on it. when you hover on it, so when you hover, the background should be transparent. The background should be none. So the background color should be none, or at the background, let me just use the background property, background to be none, and then the border should just remain the way it is, and then the color should be this main, and then so let's see how it looks like. Now you can see when you hover on it, or basically the text, let it be white still, let it be white, and then the border will use yellow here, and then a transition, let's add in the transition so that it may not be that instant. So transition, I'll use all 3 seconds, 0.3 seconds, 0.3 second is in out. Let me refresh and see how it looks like. Now you can see when you hover, it has some smooth transition here, and then we can add in some description and all that here. So guys, this section is done. Let's try to add in the about section here at the bottom, because this is the second item here. So let's try to add in that about, and also we'll add in the progress bar. We'll use the bootstrap, and we shall use actually we will use the bootstrap progress bar here, but now I want us to begin first of all with the about, that basic thing. So let me get to the HTML. Now to this HTML, after this part from the avatar, just after this avatar, let me just close first of all, then let me add in another section called let me add in that section for about. So let me say about section. Now in this about section, I'll add in the, so basically the main container or the main class, let me use about, and then in this about, I will also add in the, let me first of all, I will also add in here the photo, that part for the image for the avatar. So I'll say dot photo. Let me use dot photo, the class to be photo, and then in this photo, I think I can just copy this part, this image here, and then here I'll just paste it there. Let me just paste it here, that part for the photo, and then we shall also add in another section for the description. So let me just say call it description. Should be description like this, and then here just generate some lorem text, because this is just for the sake of tutorial for demo purposes. So I'll say, for example, I'll use a p tag first of all to define the paragraph, then I'll generate lorem text and the placeholder text. Let me just create some, actually to minimize it to be at least presentable. Now also we'll need to add here a button. So I'll say button, then I'll say download CV, download the CV. So basically the main container here is the about, and then I will have the photo part, and then I will also have the description part. So first of all, let's see how it looks like, and then of course we need also to add in the scroll bar on this other end. So what I'll do, let me get to the CSS. For the left, we added, first of all, let me remove this part, this comment, because we no longer need it. So that part for the left, where we had that scroll, overflow scroll. So here the right, we have this class called the right. Then after the CSS I'll say dot right, and then here I'll say the overflow, I'll give it auto. Let me give it auto. Let me just give it auto, and then first of all, let me see how it looks like. Yeah, it's there. Now let's try to modify this stuff so that it can look a bit presentable. So basically the container here is the about. The main container is the about. Let me copy. So it's dot about. It should be about. In fact, let me comment it so that at least it can be, someone can understand your code very well. So let me say about styling. About styling. Then in this about, I'll say the display should be flex. The display should be flex, and then justify content, space between. Where is it? A space between. And then what else? A space between, and then a space between. And then first of all, let's see how it looks like before we proceed. Yeah, it's quite nice. Now also let's add in the, for this section, for this a description part, so it's about, then a description. Let's add in some padding. So padding, padding we can give it padding, let's give it a 20 pixel. 20 pixel. Let's see. Padding 20 pixel is nice. I think it should be margin. Let's use margin instead. Margin 20 pixel, and then let's add in the background. Background color, will give it the white. And background color will give it white, and then yeah. So and then let's add in the border radius. So border radius, I'll give it top and bottom to be top and bottom. I'll give it let me give it 20. Border radius, I'll give it for example, let me give it something like a 30 pixel. Top and bottom. And then the other one, let me give it 0. Let's see. It's nice. And then so the content, now the text, the paragraph should be, now it should have some padding for it. So let me so these are part for the description. Then this p tag, the color should be let's use this main. And then the text alignment, so text align should be at the center. Then let's add in some padding for it. A padding, let's give it 15 pixel. Then let's see also for this button. So basically this main container for this description part, let's align items at the center. So text align center. Text align to be at the center. And then perhaps let me try to increase this text so that it may be a bit too much. So I'll say I'll increase this text. So let me just do this. And then let's increase the font size. Let's give it 20 pixel. Now for button, we'll increase also we'll add in the padding, or at the margin. Let's add in the margin. Margin, let me give it 10 or a 15 pixel. Let me give it 15 pixel. And then that part for the photo should be at the center. So I think that this is a main container for the about. So let me say text align or align items. Let me use align items to be centered, to be at the center. Let's see. Yeah, this one is nice. And then at this button part, I think I'll add here the now for that button, let me copy this styling for this button here. For this previous button, so let me just copy, and then let me paste it here at the bottom. Then this one should be about. This one should be for about, and then let's see how it looks like. Still it's not working, so I think let me use now that part for the description. Or generally, let me just, I think the quickest way, let me just generalize all the buttons to have the same styling. So here at the top, I'll remove that part for higher so that it can affect everything. Yeah, I think this one is good. But now when you have, I think I think we should give it a different color. So when you have yeah, when you have it, it gives you this color. So I think this part is nice, and we can add in also the part for the progress bar. So let me just minimize this section for in the HTML. This part for the description. After this about, let me add in here the description. So let me say dot description. Basically, let me use the progress, not description. So progress, and then this one I'll use a JavaScript, a bootstrap styling. So let me get to the bootstrap. Just go to this website, getbootstrap.com. Then I go to the documentation here, and then you can copy the codes. I'll use the CDN here. Let me copy this stuff here. These are CSS for CDN, the bootstrap CDN for CSS. Then I'll add it here at the top. And that's the CSS. Now for JavaScript, let's copy this part for JavaScript. And then I will include it here at the bottom. scripts with this as CSS attribute, and then let's paste it there. And then so once it's done, then we can also copy now the progress. So let's get to the progress, and then so there's this progress, and I will use the percentages, the percent, that part for that has percentage. Here it is. So let's copy this code, and then let me do this. Let me just paste here. Then let's see how it looks like. So guys, you can see it's not working here. So I think I can modify here the so we use the main class here to be progress, but for the bootstrap also it has another class called progress. So I think we should remove this extra class. Let's remove it, and then also let's remove this part so that it can be at least presentable. Like, let me just, yeah, so guys, you can see it's now working super fine. Let me try to add in some indentation here. Let me add in some indentation. Or let it be the way it is, or let me just create the main class or the main container to be. I think I can use something like let me say dot main progress. Or let me just call it scales. So let me just call it scales. To be the main container, and then sorry. So here should be dot scales. I don't know the dot scales. And then let me cut this part for the scales. And then I'll paste it here at the bottom, the closing tag. So everything is working. So let me just get to the CSS, and then let me say dot scales. Then I'll give it a margin of margin. I'll give it 15. Let me give it a 10 pixel. Let me see. Yeah, 10 pixels, it is fine. And then the width, or basically the padding for the progress itself. Let me use for the progress bar, I'll use what, this class. I think I can add in some padding for it. Margin bottom for this progress bar. I can let me just paste it there, and then is a class, so you have to begin with a dot. Then I'll say margin bottom, and give it 10 pixel. Let's see. No, it's not working the way I wanted it to be. So I think I chose the wrong class. So let me use this part, the progress bar, but a progress is nice. Let me use a progress, and then let me add it here. Yeah, so now we have some spaces here, and then I think here at the top I can add in some h3, and add in the h3 here, so to define that these are the scales. So let me add in the h3 here at the top, the h3, and then here I'll say the scales. And then to the CSS, let me give it h3. Let me add it here at the top, h3. Then I'll say the color should be, let me add in after these are variable, after these are global, these are variable color variables. I'll say h3. Then at the color I'll use the var, and it will be main. Let me use main, and then align the items, text align. Text align should be at the center. Let me see. Yeah, it's fine. And I think I should just select a particular sections because it's affecting the entire system. So let me just paste it here, and then target only the skill part. Here I should have used that yellow color. It was for backgrounds, I guess. Yeah, and then this one is fine. This one is super fine. Here with I should so let me give you let me say CSS or a HTML 25%, then a CSS then a JavaScript, and then a Django, and then now so Django, let me give it 95, something like a 95, the width 95, and then for this is JavaScript, let me give it 90, perhaps. Let me give it 90. Then here let me give it CSS, let me give it also 80. HTML, let me give it 100%, 100, and then so I think it's fine. So let me just check it again. Yeah, so this HTML is not responding the way I want, so it should be I should have given it here 100% also. I should have changed there to 100%, then also here 80%, and then here I should also change here to 90, and then here let me give it 95 and 95. Let's check it out and see how it looked like. Yeah, you can see now it is super nice. Then here at the top I'll add in I'll use the h3, then about me. So let's check it out and see how it looks like. Yeah, it's cool, but the color, let's give it this orange color. This is a purple color, so it is about then h3. About and then h3. The h3, and then I will align it at the center. So text align should be center. Color will give it the main, this main. Then let's check it out and see how it looks like. Yeah, so it's not really good. Or this text, let me use black, just normal. Let me just use black here for this text so that the colors may blend well. So let me remove this property for color so that it may be black. Yeah, so it's good. So guys, the other section that I want us to work on is the services section. And so in that case, but guys, I think this segment we should use the label here at the top instead of using it here at the progress bar itself, at the bar itself. Let's just create another label, another container. For example, let's just call it let me call it, for example, main, progress main, progress content, or a content, yeah, content. Let me just use that dot progress content progress content, then let me paste it here. And then this one I'll cut, and then I'll paste it here. Let me paste it here, and then what else? And I think the quickest way, let me first of all remove this section, this part. So first of all, let me see how this one looks like. HTML, but now the colors and all that, I think we should also modify a bit the colors. So this is 12. Let me just cut everything, and then I'll let me cut everything. So this one I'll use I'll use a CSS, and then I'll change here to I'll give it let me give it 95 or a 90, and then the other one is JavaScript. And then for JavaScript I'll give it 96 perhaps, or 80. Let me give it 80. And then for Django I can give it maybe 98. 98, yeah, 98. Here should be Django. And then there's something also that I realized there was a typo somewhere. Is this part for portfolio, personal portfolio. Here it should be just S, personal portfolio. And then let me refresh. So it is fine. But now for these labels, I should have used even the white colors. So let me just style it further. So it is progress content, or the scales. Let me get to the scales, and then I'll give it the color to be white. So scales color should be white. Let me first of all refresh and see. So not really should be now the progress, and then now the progress, and then now the H4. I think it's H4. Let me confirm. It is H4. Yeah, H4. So it's progress, then H4. H4. So for color, I'll give it color. Let me give it white. the color should be white. I don't know why it's not responding. So let me just search for, let me confirm once again. Progress, and then progress content, or should be progress content. Yeah, it's now white, but now the alignment should be at the right. So text align should be left, not right. Let's check. Yeah, this way is nice. But now these labels, I think I should also use some I should also use some other colors, like for example, let me first of all change, for example, let me give it something like a 70. Let me give it 70. Then at this one, let me give it 90. Let me give it 65, 60 or 68. Then here I'll change, for example, warning to BG warning. Then here I'll change here to success or a danger. Let me use danger. And then what else? Here you should also use something like which color? Let me just use let me use a warning again. Let me use warning, and then let me just check how it looks like at this juncture. Yeah, so guys, you can see it's nice. So here I forgot to change the labels also. I should also change the labels here from so here should be 70. Let's check. Here should be 80. Then here should be 60. Yeah, 60. Yeah, so I think at this part we are done. This section we are done. Yeah, this section we are done. And then now we're gonna go to the services part. Now for services, let's create now first of all, for these are scales, let me just first of all close. Then after these scales, we can create another one for services. So let me create a comment, then let me say services. For services, and then the class should be services. Then here I'll use just cards, normal cards. I'll use cards, and then in this card we'll have in this cards we'll have the H1. Not really. First of all, we should begin with the icon. So the icon for let me get from the Font Awesome page. So let me just fontawesome.com, and then this one will be for web development, the first one. So let me get to the icons, web. So I think there's an icon for web. Let me just search. Yeah, there's no icon for web. Let me am I in the nini? So website, or let me say website, or a code. Let me search for code. Yeah, let me use this one for website, and then I'll paste it here. So this one is icon, or let me just paste it the way it is, like that. Then the next thing is the description. So I'll use the H3 here, and then this H3 I'll say web web development, and then I'll add here the text description. So I'll say I'll use the p tag, and then lorem generate random text, lorem and then so here let me say request a quote. Let me add in a button. Then let me say request quote. Request quote. To be a request quote. Let's first of all see how it looks like on the page. Yeah, so this part is really nice. Now let me just duplicate this section for card. Then I'll duplicate 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 4 they are nice. Then let me just check it out and see how it is being displayed. So let's now style it further. It is services, then a cards or a card. I should have used card instead of card. So let me just see. Remember, Bootstrap has its own styling. Yeah, so it is cool the way it is, but now I want to change the display for those are card. So what I'll do, let me just get there to the CSS, then a services, then a card dot services, then a dot card. Display should be flex, and then justify content should be space between. Let's check it out. Then let's add in some margin. Margin will give it let me give it 10 pixel. So guys, I've just realized I was targeting the wrong selector. Here should be the container itself. It should be just services, because services is the container, the main container. And then so let's just refresh and see. Yeah, you can see it's now super nice. And then we can add in these other property, justify content, space between, then a flex wrap. Flex wrap will give it wrap. Let's see. Flex wrap, and then it's wrap. So guys, it's not really working fine. So let me just use it the way it is, because I don't think also having the columns it will be a good idea. So let me just give it some padding for card. So services, then now the card itself, the cards, and dot card. I'll give it some margin. Margin, let me give it 20 pixel. Yeah, 20 pixel is good. And then also we need to add in the header here at the top, like for this scale part. So this one should have the margins. Actually the heading there. So let me get there, and then card, then and then here I'll use this should be not really. First of all, let me comment this one, then let me get to the HTML, and then here at the top, just after these services, let me add in the H3 H4. Let me use H4 perhaps. Then let me say the services services. Let me just say my services. My services. Yeah, it's nice the way it is. And then so let me get to the CSS and also add it here at the top. Where is it? H3. Alright, here what I'll do, let me just say align items. So align items to be at the center. Let me just use this one. Not really align items, should be text align. Yeah, so the texts are aligned at the center, but now this one is not responding, and that part for services is not working. My services part is not working. So what I do, let me just remove it, that part this way. Let me just remove it here, then let me give it outside. Let me just paste it outside here. Then let me see. Yeah, this way it's working. This way it's working, and then let me give it some margin. Let me give it a margin of around 30 pixel. And then for this skills also, let me increase the margins for the skills section. Skills margin, let me give it even 40 pixel. For the scales part, yeah, I think it's nice. And then now I should also increase the font size for these icons. So what I do, let me just increase the font sizes. So the icons and the services then should be I. Now it's I for icons. Then the margin I can give it perhaps, let me just give it 10 pixel. Then the font size, let me give it 30 pixel. Let's check it out and see. Yeah, the font size are big. Perhaps let me give it even 50. Let me give it even 50 pixel. 50. And then the other one, for example, can be for blogger. For the other one should be, let's try to change, for example, this one to be for blogging and all that. So data science and all that. So I'll change here from web development to something like data science. Data science, and then for example, editing, video editing. Not really. Let me just use app development. App development, and then the other one should be debug. Let me use what? Let me use pen testing perhaps. Let me say penetration. Let me use a software development. Software development, and then lastly let me use cyber security perhaps. Cyber security. Then let's check it out. Data science, app development, cyber security. So I think we can change, for example, for let me just search, for example, data science or data. Let me just search here data. I think I can find. Let me just search for data, and then data. Let me use this one. Or let me say science. science. So for science, let me just use data science, and then I'll use for data science part, let me just use those icons for data science part. Why is it app development data science? So the icon should be for data science. So for app, let me use app should be app. So I think I can as well use this app store something, app store thing. Let me copy. Then this for app development. Yeah, there's no need to change everything. This is just enough for placeholder stuff. It's not that real. And then we can change the color and everything. We can change the color and I'll give it orange, perhaps this color orange for these icons. So let me get to the CSS for the icon part. Then we can say color can be VAR. Then I will use what will use this secondary part color so that it may be orange something. Yeah, guys, you can see it's super nice. Perhaps if I can increase the size, it will be better. So size, font size, let me give it even 70. Yeah, 70 is nice. And then yeah, this part is good. So guys, I think this section is done. So what I'll do here at the top, let me just try to add in the favicon. I forgot to add in the favicon here at the top. So let me just go to the HTML. To the HTML, and then here at the top I can add in that favicon. So it will be, we use the link. Then now the style here should be icon. Icon, and then the hyperreference here we should use we should type should be an image. Type, first of all, type should be, sorry, type should be icon image. Then hyperreference here I'll use that image. So it was so a percent, then that's that image. First of all we use the static, we define the static, and then it is, let me use this image. Where is it? And the static media we'll use a man.png, this one. So it's man.png. Where is it? Yeah, it's man.png. Then let's check if it's it will be displayed. It's not being now. First of all, I should have specified the media folder, because it is in a media. Then man.png. Let's check it out and see. Yeah, you can see now it is being displayed here at the top as an icon. So guys, the other thing that I want us to include here is the portfolio part. Now in that case, what I'll do, let me just first of all try to add in the counters here, the animated counters, so that you can tell the viewers the project you've done, the happy clients and all that. So what I'll do, let me just get to the HTML. First of all, let me close this segment for, let me close this part for services. Yeah, this services part. And then what I'll do, let me just also add in another let me add in another part for another section for counters. Let me just call it counters. And then it's counters, and then in this counters I'll create a class. For example, let me call it .counters. Counters container, let me just call it container, counters container. And then in this counters container I'll create also another class. Perhaps let me just let me use a card. Let me just use card, for example card 5. Sorry, should be not, it should be a class, so it should be a class dot card 5. And then in this card 5 I'll use here an ID. Let me just create let me use a h2. Then I'll use an ID here, for example counters, counter 1. But let me just first of all define the ID with the ID keyword. Then here I'll use, for example, cup, for cup of coffee. But let me just use happy clients. In that case, let me just say happy clients, and there's the ID. Now let's get to the JavaScript. And then here at the bottom, so let me add in a comment, and then perhaps let me say counters. And then in this counter, first of all, let me create a variable with the let keyword, let counts, perhaps counts to be something like set intervals. Yeah, these set intervals updated. Set intervals, and then updated, and then I close a statement with the semicolon. And then here I say, for example, let me say let up to be 0, and then so function, let's create a function here. So let me say function, then I'll use that updated thing, and then in this updated, let me create the logics here. I work on these logics. So I'll use, inside this function, I'll use the local variable here. So let me say let count. Now this is not count, just count to be get to be document. Let me use this method, document dot get element by ID. Then the ID that I used earlier was happy. I think it was happy. And then let's close with the semicolon. Now I want to increment it, so I'll say count dot inner HTML. I'll assign here to an increment value of 2 up to this one. This is up to, I'll increment, then I'll close with the semicolon. And then also let me say if this one will only apply if you have the up to is for example, let's give it something like let's give it 50 or a 50. Yeah, so happy clients, there will be 50. And then what else? So after this one, I'll say clear interval. When it reaches that 50, I'll clear that interval. So let me say clear interval, and then here we are passing in counts. Yeah, so once you're done, then let's get to the browser and see how it will be displayed. And then so there's this increment here at the bottom, but the values are not that visible. Let me increase, for example, the values to something like a higher value, like even 1000. Let me refresh, and then so basically there's a counter here at the bottom, though you can't see it very well. Let me change the color. So the color for this part, the class is card5, and then h2 card5 h2. So let me say dot card5, not to the CSS, should be dot card5, then h2. Now the color, let me use white. Let me use white. Then at the font size, I'll give it even 30 pixel. 30 pixel. And then no, it's not picking still. Let me oh, it's h2. I guess it's h2. Let me get there and see. It's a h2. Yeah, it's h2. The heading 2. Yeah, heading 2. And then guys, you can see at the bottom it is working super fine. And then now what I do now, let me just try to add in some other contents. Like let me just say, for example, here let me say happy clients. Let me use a h2 still h3, or perhaps let me use h3. Then let me say happy clients. Happy clients. And then of course I can use here an icon from Fondosam. Then let me just type here happy. Happy, let me refresh. Yeah, happy clients. Here, let me just use this one. Yeah, happy client. And then let me just paste it here. Let me paste it there. And then what I'll do, let me just duplicate, and then perhaps I'll card5 here, card5. Then let me add in several. Perhaps I'll add in another one for the project done. So I'll say projects done. Projects done. And then the other one is for the cup of coffee. Let me say cup of coffee. And then for this card5, we can add in the background for it. So dot card5 dot card5, and then let's add in the background color. I'll use main. Then border radius. It will be, let me use a 20 pixel or a 10 pixel. 10 pixel, then a 0, that is top and bottom. Then left and right, I'll give it a 0. And then so for the main container, here is counter container. This is the main container. For this main container, I'll add in this property flex, direction flex. First of all, flex should be display. Display should be flex. Display should be flex. Then a flex direction. By default it is raw by default. But let me add in this justify content property. Justify content, let me give it space between. Flex wrap to be wrap. Then let's check it out. And then guys, you can see let's add in the margin for it. For this one, let's add in the margin. Let's give it 10 pixel or a 20 pixel. Yeah, 20 pixel. And then so basically the text color, so that part for the text, where is it? So it's H3. H3 color will give it white. Color will use white here, and then so here align items to be at the center. So text align or align items, text align, center. Let's check it out and see if it will work. Now here I think I should also use the so again here I should have used here a different ID. So for this one, let me use, for example, that one was for happy. Then at this one I can say, for example, this cup of coffee, let me just say cup. And then at the other one, let me use projects. Projects. Then what I do, let me just duplicate this part. Remember, this var cannot be redeclared. When you use the let keyword, it cannot be redeclared. That's why you can see there's these issues here. I can say, for example, counts cup, maybe project. Yeah, let me just say projects. Should be, remember, counts to. Yeah, counts to. Let me use the counts to. Then up to. Then here I'll use that 2. For example, let me just use 2. Or what I do, let me just select every part that has this count. Why is it? Here I'll use 2. Then at this part for count, let me use 2. But now here I'll change also the ID. Here now it's project. I think we used project. The second one is project here. Projects, let me copy the ID. And then I'll paste it here for the projects. And then this one should be count 3. This is count 3. Remember, with the let keyword you cannot redeclare a variable. And then here let me use 3 also. Then here it was what? It was cup, I guess, cup. So the function also, let me just try to change and see if it will work. So let me just change the function again. And this one will be updated 2. And then the other one should be updated 3. Updated 3. And then let's check it out. Let me refresh and see if it will work. Yeah, guys, they are all now working super fine. So I think the next thing, let's try to align these items to be at the center. Let's align the items to be at the center, and I increase, first of all, these are font, the icons. So do we have the class here? So it's just card 5, then our icons, the I tag. So card 5, then our I tag. Card 5, and then our I tag. I, and then the color. The color here should be this one. Or let me use this as secondary. And then the font size. The font size, let me give it Let me give it 50 pixel. And then for card 5, let's just check it out and see if it's working. Yeah, and then let's align the items to be at the center. First of all, let me add in the padding for the entire container for card 5 container. So padding, let me give it 20 pixel. Then what else? Yeah, 20 pixel. And then align items. So align items to be at the center. Now should be text align. Text align should be at the center. Yeah, it's though this one I should have used the yellow because it's not picking well. So let me change here from main to not here. This anchor tag, the icons. So from secondary, I should now use the backgrounds. The backgrounds, and then let's check it out. Yeah, it's fine. And then now this part for the increment thing, let's use a different color. Let's use here something like the yellow still. Let's use yellow. It was which class was it? The H2. H2, and then now the color here should have used, let me just use let me use that secondary. Let me use the secondary, and then now for H3 I should also add in the margin. So margin let me give it 10 pixel. Yeah, margin 10 pixel, and this part is, I think, is fine. So what I'll do here, let me also add in the title here at the top. So the title, I should have used, let me copy from this part from my services. Let me paste it here. Then here, let me just say number speaks. Number speaks. Number speaks. Yeah, this part is nice. And then now the last thing that we can include here is the part for the portfolio, the projects done. So what I do here, guys, let me just use the cards as well. Let me close this section first of all for canvas, and then also for portfolio I'll use the class called portfolio. Let me first of all create a comment, then let me say portfolio. A portfolio, and then at the class here I should have used the dot portfolio. I should use a portfolio, and then in this portfolio I'll add in the let me add in the card. So class should be the dot card. And then in this card I'll use the image. I'll just use the image. To display, basically for this portfolio part, this is where you display the projects you've done and all that. So let me just copy, and then let me just paste it here for portfolio. Then I say portfolios. portfolio for portfolio. And then here let me just download some images from the internet here and for backgrounds. So from unsplash.com website. Then here let me search for website, and then I'll choose this one. Let me download this one. Let me call it web 1. Let me call it web software. So for software I'll use this one. I'll just use 2, I think. Software software, and then so here I'll say I'll change here from main to software to software, and then the file type is JPG. And then let me duplicate this thing. Now this other one is web, and then the file type is JPG also. They are both JPG. So let me first of all see if it will be displayed there. Yeah, it's working, but now we need to resize the sizes and all that. So what I do, let me just get here onto the CSS. So it's card. Let me use card, for example, card 6. Card 6. So this part is for portfolio. So let me add in a comment, let's say portfolio. Card 6, and then the image img. So the height, let's give it height, I'll give it something like 300 pixel. And then the width I'll give it 100 pixel. Let's see. Yeah, though they are so small, I should do the opposite. So the width should be now 300 or even 500. Let me give it even 600. 600, yeah, 600. Then our object fit. I'll use cover. Now these are extra large. Let me use 400 by 200 by 200. And then this card 6, the container here is a portfolio. So let me just copy. So this is portfolio, and then I'll say I'll give it the display should be flex. The display should be flex, and then a flex wrap should be wrap, and then a justify content space between, and then a margin. I'll give it 10 pixel, and then let's check it out. Yeah, so they are really nice. And then perhaps if I can increase the width, the height here for the images, let me give it a 300, and then also this one I can say for 50, and then let me add in the borders. For border, I'll give it 2 pixel solid, or a groove. Let me use groove, and then I'll use which color should I use? So let me use yellow, I guess. So VAR. Then I'll use orange. Let me use this orange color. And then what else should I do? Let me add in the borders, or the border radius. I'll give it 10 pixel. Let's check it out. Yeah, and they are really nice. Perhaps if I can duplicate, and then for example, let me add in the text. Let me add in some description here. For example, for this one was for web development, this one was for software and all that. So let me do this. Let me just get to the HTML, and then here this card 6, I'll also add in the H2, and then I'll say web development, development. And then here let me just copy and then add it here for software, software engineering, or software development. The software development, let me just duplicate these tabs. Then let's check it out. Yeah, so we'll change the colors and everything. So color, let me add in some color there for those portfolio parts, CSS. Then let me duplicate this section. Then this one is H2. Let me use H3 instead. H3, and then I discard 6, then H3. Card 6 H3. So color, I'll give it white. So the color here, I'll use white, and then let's check it out and see. Yeah, so the colors are really nice. This is H2 still. This one is H2 still, so I should use now for H2, let me just duplicate. For H2, let me use the backgrounds. Yeah, so I think at this part we are done. Yeah, we are done. Or perhaps let me just add in the margins. So margin bottom, I'll give it 30 pixel. Yeah, so this part is nice. So the last thing that we want to tackle in this project is the contact page, the contact form. And let's get to it straight away, to the index.html, the templates, and then to the index.html. And then let me just use this comment here under the codes here, and then let me paste it here, and then modify, and then this one it will be the contact form. And then now the text here should be also conductors, and then let's create a class, the main container for the form. So let me just call it contact. Let me just call it contacts. Yeah, contact. First of all, I should have changed here to standard HTML, and then contacts, and then now I'll use the form tag element, and then here the action should be post. Let me use post, and then the attribute, the other attribute here is the method. So method should be so for method I'll assign here to so basically the method should be post. The method should be post, and then the action. Now let me link it to this. I'll create another template to handle the forms, basically for a success page, to redirect it to a success page if everything is okay or valid. So here I'll pass here the URL. So use these Django tags, and then here we'll pass here URLs, URL, not URL, URLs, and then here I'll pass in what the name of that page. Perhaps let me call it contact, and then in this form we'll use the labels, and then also we'll use now the inputs also. So the first thing, let's get the main container for the classes. So let me use a contact, perhaps contact, or a form group. Let me use form group. I think this one is nice. So let me say form group, and then inside this form group I'll add in the labels. So the label should be, this one should be the label for name, and then at the name, and then the name should be what? The name should be the full name, or let me say enter the full enter the name. Let me just say enter the name. Then now the input. So the input type here should be text because its name is a string, and then the ID. The ID should match with the label, so the ID should also be name. Then in fact also let me give the name to be name should be also name. And then the other thing is the placeholder. Let's add in the placeholder, and the placeholder, let me say enter your full name here, and then let me minimize these other sections so that we can see everything here. Now basically this is the first input, the label and the input, and then the second thing, it will be for email. So for email, I'll change here the label, it should be now for email. Email, but now the type here, the name should be shouldn't be email, should be name. And then the type here should be email. The type should be email, and then here I should also change here, enter your email. Enter your email here, and then there's another one for subject. Now for subject, because it's a string, let me also copy this one, and then let me just paste it there, and then here I'll use let me just select everything. Let me just select everything, then I change here to so here should be subject, and then the type also is a text, and then the name So here I should have used name instead of subject name. Name is a subject, and then a placeholder here. Enter your subject here. Enter your subject here, and then one last thing is now the input. The text area, not input, basically where they can type in their description and all that. So here I should say I should change here from now here. Let me use now the message itself. Let me use the ID to be message, and then at the type here, of course here I should have used the text area. Sorry, let me just change here to text area, because this one is not a normal input. It should be text area. And then the name should be message, and then the ID should also be message. Remember, always the ID should match with the label for you not to have any issues. And then here I can add in perhaps the placeholder, and then let me say your message here, or enter your message here, and by the way, let me make everything to be required. So let me just select this one, then do so let me say required, so that you cannot skip these sections. So it's now required, and then now so we need also to add in the submit button. So I'll use just a button. So let me say a button. I'll use a normal button. So it's button type. Basically the label here should be submit, and then the type should be submit. The type should be submit, and then this section we are done. Now we can go to the model, so that we can create the models to handle this part, so that we may save it also to the database. Now we'll go to our file called models.py, to this portfolio app, then to the models.py, and then here we can create the models. So first of all, ensure that this first line of code is imported. You have imported the models from django.db, and then now you can create here now a class, and then you can call it, for example, contact message, and then here we'll pass here models.model, and then close with a colon here, and then here now the fields. The first one is name, and the name, and then it should be models dot character, because the name is a character. We'll use a character field, and then the max length less limit, so that it can be, the name should be around 100, and then now the second thing should be the email. Here we'll use models dot email input, email field. Then I will give it an empty tuple here. We don't have any other argument to add it to the parameters to add in there, but we can add it later if we wish. Then a subject, and the subject will use just the character field also. So it's models dot character field, and then here the max length. The max length will give it 200, perhaps 200 characters, and then now the message it will be models dot text field, let me give it an empty tuple, and then now we want to have the string representation of this object on the admin. So I'll say I define here I'll use now this str function. This is just a normal Python stuff, str normal Python string representation of the object. and then in this self, so I'll return here. Now the representation of this object should be just the name, so it should be now self to inherit the object, to inherit the object, but now we want to return only the name. So we are good with the models. Now we can go to the view function and to handle that form. So you go to a file in this portfolio app, to a file called views.py. Now to this views.py, first of all, here at the top we should also import something called redirect. Redirect will use the redirect here module, and then also we need to import that module from these models.py, this contact message. So we'll say from the current directory models file, import what we're importing, contact message. So once you've imported here, so now let's define our function to handle that contact. So let me just use a contact. Let me just use contact view. And then here I'll pass here this argument, this parameter request. Then I'll close with a colon like this. Then I ensure that you have some indentation there. Then so let's add in some logic here, some conditions. So let me say if request and that the method is post. Sorry, let me undo. Method is post. Sorry, is post, and then ensure that you add in the column here at the end is post. Then a name first, basically name. Then you assign it to the request. Then a post. Then you list here the field. So the field should be name. Now let me just duplicate this part and have several items. 1, 2, 3, 4, I guess. So the second one should be email. The second one is email. Then the other one is subject. Sorry, also here it should also be subject. Then the last is a message. It should be now message. It should be message. And then now let's now create our this object, actually for the fields. So I'll say contact message dot object, because we want to save it at the database. So contact message dot objects, then dot create. I'll say dot create. Then here I'll pass in the name. Should be name. Name should be name. And then email should be email. And then what else? Subject should be subject also. And then last is message. It should also be message. It should also be message. And then so once I have these fields, then what I'll do, I'll say return. I'd want to return and also redirect. And then perhaps if everything is okay, then I'll redirect to the success page. Let me just call it success page, or I can give it any other name. So success page. So let me just use a contact, because I'll use a name called a contact. defining the URL patterns. Basically, to redirect you to this contact page, we will use that name there. And then again, should also let's now to handle the template in this part. In this redirect part is so basically there should be here should be now return. Ensure that this return here is in line with this if here at the top. So return, and then render, and then I will render the request, request, and then I will also render the. I'll create another template called. Contact. I'll call it contact.html. Contact.html. So this is the template to be rendered. Now I think at this part we are good. Then we can go now to the URLs. In these URLs, uniform resource locator to handle the resources. So I'll say path. Then here should be now contact, right? So I'll use a contact / and then so the view function was what? The view function here is contact view. So to the URLs, here I'll add in the comma to separate parameters, comma, and then the name should be contact. We used contact. We used a contact here to this view. So we used here to redirect you to the contact page. It should tally. So this is what I'll do. Also ensure that you have imported here at the top. Ensure that you have imported here at the top. So comma, then paste it there to be sure that everything is okay. And then now the other thing, we need to configure now the admin. We need to configure now the admin part so that we may have it also on the admin section. So to this admin, ensure first of all you have this first line of code from Django.contrib, import admin, and then also you need also to have to import that contact message from the models. So from the current directory, .models import contact message. Then I can register now this to the admin. So it is admin dot site dot register, and then we'll register now that contact message. Now the next thing, now we need to make migration here the terminal. First of all, Ctrl+C to break the terminal, and then we'll need to make migration with this command py-manage.py. Remember, making migration is just to make Django be aware that there's a new changes or a new tables to be added in the database. So basically, when you use the make migration, it just to make the Django be aware of the new changes or the new database changes, table changes. Now we say manage make migrations like this. So once you tell Django that you have some changes to make, then so if you have some changes, it will show here the changes to apply migration. And then once you make it aware, then you can do this. You can say py-manage.py migrate. After you've told Django to be aware of the new changes that you've made, then after you've done that, then the next thing now is to migrate now the changes to the database. And then and so initially for me, I had tested earlier, that's why you can see there's no migration to apply. So now let me just run the server, and then I see how the display will be. So so let me get to the browser once again, and then let me refresh. And then here at the bottom we have this file called, we are going to style it later, but let me just try to see the functionality. Perhaps let me just call it let me call it something. The name here I can use, for example, Mike whatever. Then an email address, test, then a subject message, hello there, there, and then let's submit. And then now the CSRF token is missing in our HTML, so we need to add it there. We need to add it there. So let me copy, and then let me just be sure that I have that part, the index.html. Now this form, just after this part, we should also add in here this a token to avoid the cross browser forgery, so that we may not access this content twice per page, So now also we forgot to add in the template for that part, for the contact, so I should use contact.html, because this contact is what I used here, the view functions. It is contact.html. So I think everything is now good. I can refresh and see if it will work. So first of all, let me be sure that it's running, the server is running, and let me break the server, and then also restart. Then let me refresh, and then I'll repeat. So test, and then subject, then a message, and then let me submit. And then so it has directed us to this contact page. Remember, it's just blank. We didn't add anything in that page. But now, so here let me just go to the admin. It's 127. But now targeting the admin page, so I say admin, and then so first of all, remember that we created the super user. If you don't remember how to create a super user, this is how you can do that. So just do this, just break the server, and then what you do, just say pi manage.py create super user. First of all, let me log out here. Let me just log out here. Let me just log out there, and then so the next thing, super user, and then let me just so use this command, and then the name, the username can be, for example, let's say something like let me use Wekesa. Let me just use Wekesa, and then the email address can be, for example, test@gmail.com. Then a password, let me use test1234, then also test1234. But for you, ensure that you use a strong password, so that someone cannot access that part. So once again, bypass password validation and create the super user. So here just say yes, and then the super user is created successfully. Now we can run the server, and then see if we can log in or not. So I've logged out. So let me try to log in again with that Wekesa. I used Wekesa, and then the password was test123. Then you'll be able to log in. So it's Wekesa, and then let's try the password again. It is test1234. Yeah, it has logged in, and then now you can see we have this model called contact message, and then inside that contact message you can see we have some records here. Let me just select everything, and then delete, so that you can see it works. Let me delete everything. we don't have any record here, so let's return back to this page, and then let me just type here message, then submit. So the let me refresh first of all, and then now here let me just say Nehemiah Wekesa Hallelujah, and then a test, and then the subject should be subject, and then enter your message should be message plus here, then let me submit. And then now when you go to the contact, basically to the admin, then you can see now we have this Nehemiah Wekesa added here. And then when you open it, you can see we have Nehemiah Wekesa, and then I have test@gmail.com, subject is here. So it is working fine. Now we can now style that part, because I think the main thing was now the functionality. So once the functionality is done, then we can style it now. So let me get to the CSS. To the CSS, let me minimize these or close. These are the sections, and then let me just open that index.html, and then to this page. So the main container here is the main container here is contacts, the class, the main class, and then here I can open now the CSS. The CSS inside this portfolio app, static, then styles.css, and then here I can create a comment, for example, contact styling, then let me say contacts, and then here I want us to give it a margin of 3%. Then at the background color, I'll use that VAR, and then I'll use this secondary color, and then border radius. Let me use something that we used earlier. So let me just copy it somewhere. And the background radius, it was background radius, that part for the images. I don't know if I can access, or I'll have just to redo it again. It's not here. Let me just redo. So border radius, I'll use perhaps 20 pixel, and then a 0 top and a bottom, let's get there, and then refresh and see the display. The CSS is not working, so I think sometimes the CSS usually have issues. So let me just try to rename the CSS. I think it will work when I rename. Sometimes Django usually have issues, or my Visual Studio Code sometimes usually fail to respond, or at this Django thing. So once I've renamed there, I should also modify the styles here. Should be now style, and then this way I believe should work. It should work. Let me just, yeah, you can see it's now working. And then the other thing, we need now to add in the padding now for the form. So for the form, so the class, I don't know if you have the class here, there. So the class here is not really, there's no class here. So let me just use form dot form, and then dot form, then the padding I'll give it 20 pixel, and then let's see first of all how it looks like. 20 pixel is not responding. 20 pixel, is it form? Oh, basically it's not a class. It should just be form, just a HTML tag, just a form. So you can see it's working. And then now let's now target now these fields, the fields. So for fields, where's the form group? For this form group, for the form group. Now let me just say dot form group. What can we do in this form group? So for this form group, we'll add in the padding or a margin. Margin, let's give it a 10 pixel, and then 10 pixel, and then now so the form group, and also now targeting now the inputs, the input, and then the input. So let me just target now the input, and also the input, just the input. So say here dot input should just be input. Then in this input, I'll give it a width of 100%. Let's see. So the input is 100%, and then so the display here should be the display should be inline. I don't know. So let me just change here the display to be inline so that it can go to. But what should I do? Or let it be the way it is, and then also let me now target now that text area part. Also the text area input, and then a comma input, and also text area. Text area, and then let me see. The message, the text area is also now it has a width of 100%. And then now for the labels, we can increase the icons, and also perhaps to change the color to be something bigger bit. So the label, the label font size, let's give it 20 pixel. And then at the color, which color will blend with the background? So background color, not the background, should be just color. So the color should be, let me use white. So VR, then let me try white and see how it look like. And then so white is not good. Let me try main, and then let me just check. This part is nice. So the other thing that we can do, let's add in the IDs here, and then also add in the the functionality on this tab, so that when you click on it, it can redirect you to different sections. So what I'll do, let me just get to this HTML, and then I will add in the classes. So so the first part, the first part is on this logo, this container. Will add in the class, the ID. So the ID here. So first of all, let me change here to standard HTML. Then ID here, I'll give it ID. I'll give it home. The ID should be home. And then let me find also another section. Now basically this part is not really needed. It should be in the other column, the column right. These are column right. In this column right, and then at this part for the avatar. And the avatar section, let me add in here the ID for home, that part for the avatar. And then for about, I'll get an ID, and then I will call it about. and then for this is about section, and then skills. Do we have skills? Let me just find it's about, and then services. Let me find where services is. Yeah, services is here. Class services, then ID is services, and then the other one was portfolio. Let me find where portfolio is. Portfolio, yeah, here it is, a portfolio. So here class ID should be portfolio, and then conduct, the class should be conduct, but not class ID. It should be, let me use conducts, and then so once we are done in this way, then we can do it. We can add in these classes here. This. So the first one was home. The second one was about, then services, then a portfolio, and then conducts. Let's refresh and see if it's working. Let me first of all remove this part, not here. Yeah, so when I click on home, it directs. So you can see when I click on this part, it directs me to this other section. For example, if it's conduct, you can see it takes me to the conduct section. If it's portfolio, it takes me to the portfolio part. When is so you can see it takes me to these sections. If it's home, it takes me to home. If it's about, it takes me to about me. Services, it takes me to the services here. And then if it's portfolio, it takes me to the portfolio part. If it's conduct, it takes me to the conduct part. But now let's get to the CSS, and then here at the top, let's use HTML, and then let's add in the scroll behavior. We'll give it smooth scroll behavior. Let's give it smooth. Then let's refresh, so that for about, services, portfolio, and then conduct, then you can see. But now this color is not that pleasing. Can we use cyan here? Let me just add in here the variables a color called cyan, and the CSS, then the variables. And let's also add in the cyan. Then what's the color for cyan? Let me just use color name cyan. Always close parameters with semicolon in CSS for it to work. And then here at the bottom, I'll use let me just use remove this part. Then I'll use now cyan instead. Cyan, and then let's check it out once again. Yeah, so cyan is nice. So this is the website. We are done, everything is okay, and let's review it once again. We have this part for the avatar, and then we have this part for your name, and then the services you do. Then we have the social icons, have this part for hire me, and then we have the about me, we have the skills section, you have the services you do, you offer, and then I have this part for the numbers. It has the auto increment. It has the increment when you get to the services. I guess it was this part for these counters. You can see it counts from 0 to all the way to 1000. And then I have the contact part is working. Let me try to test Nehemiah. Okay, so first of all, let me get to the admin. 127, then admin. admin page, and then to this admin, to the contact messages. Let me clear first of all the initial content, and then let me clear, and then let me add in something like the full name Nehemiah, email address, name tag, subject, and then the message, and then when you submit, then it will be actually it will redirect you to this contact page. By the way, at the moment it's just empty, it's just blank like that, but it will take you here. For example, let me just create that page. Let me copy this content here, then to this contact, let me just paste it there, and then so in this contact, I think I can just close the, or let me just delete this section for the for these containers and all that. So let me clear this stuff to this end, then here let me just create a h1 or a h2. Let me use a h1, and then let me just call it h1, the closing tag for the h1, and then in this h1, let me say the form was submitted successfully. So the form was submitted successfully. Click here to return to home. And then I can add in the link here. So the URL, let me add in the URL here, then a percentage 2%, then the type here should be URL, and then a URL, and then so first of all I should have used the anchor tag, but let me just finish it, and then here should be home. I guess the name I used, home, and then here should be inside the anchor tag. Let me cut, and then let me change it to standard HTML. Here should be anchor tag, then at the hyperreference I'll use here the URL, and then home, and then so this one should redirect me to the home. Now let's also create another 404 error page, so let me create the 404 template. So I'll call it 404.html, so that when someone types a wrong URL or a wrong page, it may redirect them to that 404 page. And then in this one I'll say seems let me say seems the link pointing here was faulty. Click here to return home. Then let's check it out and see if it's working. So this is the contact, and this home is not a valid view function or a pattern. So let's get to the URL and configure and check out first of all if that's the correct this URL. So it's main, not home, it's main. And then to the 404, let's just change there to let's change here to home, basically to main, and then no, here should be an anchor tag, sorry. this should be an anchor tag, and then this is the anchor tag. So this anchor tag should be inside here. This should be inside here, and then let me just close. Let me just close here with the this way, and then so let me just click here to return to home. So let me just cut this part, then let me paste it here to return to home, and then so this part let me close, and I guess everything is working fine. And then also let me just copy this section, and then let me add it to the contact part. Let me add it there, and then let's once again check. So you can see the form was submitted successfully. Hey, should be successfully. Let me just remodify that part. Successfully. Also these are the four. Let me just change here to no. Yeah. So let me just, so you can see the form was submitted successfully. Click here to return to home. When you click on it, then it will take you back to home. Now let's have a typo here, and you see the 4. But now for 4 to work, the debug should be set to true, to false. Let me get to the project, and then to the project here, to the settings, then at the debug here at the top, it should be set to false. It should be set to false, and then it should allow all hosts to define that, use the asterisk here. So now when I type here something wrong, then I think should give me the 404 page error page. So first of all, here I should have run the server again, and then you can see since the link pointing here was faulty, I click here to return to home. Let's try something else. A typo here, and then you can see it directs you to the 404 page. So everything is working fine, and I'll push this project on GitHub so you can get to this page. And first of all, be sure to follow, because all the projects I'll be uploading there. So it is GitHub, then the username is just nametech. Then I'll upload this project here. At the moment there's nothing, but I'll push all the projects there so that you can access the source code in case you are stuck somewhere. So guys, thank you so much for your time, and if you have found the content to be helpful, please subscribe, like, and share the video to your friends. And until next time, of which we shall tackle the photography website. See you then. Thank you.